private spaces, agriculture and fisheries, nutrition, crafts and industries, communal life. The third document is the recommendation from 2009, number 7, of the Committee of Ministers of Council of Europe to member states with a view to the implementation of the European Landscape Convention, ETS number 176. Landscape is considered by the Convention as an essential component of people's surroundings, an exception of the diversity of their shared culture and natural heritage, and foundation of their identity. This is in Article number 5A. The recommendation addresses integration of landscape dimension in policies relating to rural territories in agriculture and forestry, energy and demographic transitions. Governments of the states parties of the Convention are invited to call on national, regional and local authorities to take into consideration the following measurements according to their competence in these areas. First, adopt at the national, regional and local level strategic guidelines to provide a reference framework for public policies designed to implement the European Landscape Convention in rural territories. Promote integrated and participatory approaches aimed to implement such policies in an effective manner. Put in place appropriate financial tools promoting quality achievements for the host territories of their population. Integrate the landscape dimension into local urban planning documents of small towns, villages and their surroundings. Support healthy and diversified forms of agriculture and forestry, respectful of natural resources, water, air, soil, biodiversity, as well as the cultural heritage of territories, encourage small-scale and family farming. Assign an adequate percentage of funds allocated to agriculture and forestry, supports policies for the protection, management and planning of the landscape. Identify local potential for reducing energy consumption and diversifying the production of alternative energies. Encourage transfrontier cooperation to promote a quality rural landscape across borders. And at least identify pilot territory representative of sustainable and harmonious local development based on a desire promote quality landscape. Work is now being developed to promote recognition of the landscape dimension in agricultural policies. As a link between past and present, heritage's only reason for being preserved is if it is sure of a future as such and it can be handed down to future generations. The mobilization of the parties concerned on its behalf then attains its full significance, and its preservation gives meaning to the changes of our societies. This significant international conference on cultural heritage of small homelands will fully contribute to these processes. I wish you a successful event and thank you for your attention. And it was signed in Strasbourg on 20th of September 2021 by Magellan de Jompoux. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Because the Chief Deputy of NAWA is still not present, so maybe some of you, the beloved guests, would like to take the floor for some few words. If not, we can continue. Yep, Professor, yep. Professor Fiksova. So we are welcoming here Professor Zita Fiksova, Prorector from Koszyce.
So thank you. Good morning, everyone. Dear rectors, vice-rectors, vice-rectors, organizing committee members, head of the conference, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen. At first, I would like to express my thanks organizing committee for inviting me to this conference. I am very glad that organizers managed to organize this conference despite this pandemic situation, because on person, because to meet you face to face to discuss gives us great opportunity to exchange the knowledge, exchange the experience, opinions, deep already existing cooperations, and make new partnerships. University of Veterinary Medicine and Pharmacy in Košice is a partner of the project Cultural Heritage of Small Homelands, and it works with famous university partners abroad in Poland, in Czech Republic, in Slovakia, and in Italy. And we as a university and myself as Vice Director for International Relationship in this university, we are very proud of this. This partnership gives us opportunity for making new projects, and I hope that we will successfully continue in this partnership. In the end, I would like to all of you wish nice, pleasant day in the conference in beautiful Krakow. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think that we can follow with our program, or if there is somebody else to speak, I don't see. So, Professor Hernik, you are welcome to present our project, and Professor Barbara Prus also.
Good morning, everyone. I, with Professor Barbara Prus and Dr. Maria Walczycka, will present some information about our project, Cultural Heritage of Small Homelands. I hope that it is new instruments. Yes, okay. It's working? Okay. So, it is our consortium. Covers universities from Košice, Brno, Florence, and our university as a lead partner. We invited project partners from valuable regions in regards to cultural heritage. In these regions, there is a traditional rural landscape with traditional products. Moreover, there is cooperation between our regions. This is the background, our consortium, our project. Thanks to this consortium, we have achieved many good results. Okay. The main goal of our project is to describe the cultural heritage, but we focus on protecting the cultural heritage of our small homelands for local and also for regional development. In our project, we have connected products, food, with rural landscape, and we divided the project into 3 work packages: plants and products made of them, animals and food made of them, and finally, traditional rural landscape. We have received a grant from the Polish National Agency for Academic Exchange from the program to support international cooperation between our universities and institutions. We have put publication as the main activity in our proposal, but conference, seminars, internships as the additional action types. Let me express my gratitude to women who I prepare the proposal. Dr. Maria Walczycka and Mr. of Science Dominika. So, thank you, Maria. It was a pleasure to cooperate with you. Thank you. And where is Dominika? Oh, hello. Thank you, Dominika.
Thank you, Professor Raphael.
So, now let's go to our results of project, and I invite Professor Barbara Prus. Barbara, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I think that no one from the team couldn't imagine that the project would be for us such an inspiration. Let's look at the scientific results. There are 20 published papers within the project with the topic of cultural heritage of plant, animal, landscape, so tangible and intangible parts. The articles are published and they are available at our webpage from the project. We've got here publications and publications within the project. 20 published papers, many publishing houses, example, NDPI, sustainability, agriculture, remote sensing, heritage, but also Springer and Springer Nature, as well as Elsevier. And I think, or better said, I know that it would be much more because the editorial path is quite long in some journals. Most of the papers are printed open access. We've got also conference papers, so the topic of cultural heritage was also presented in different conferences. And we've got also books. 4 of them are already published. And as I counted, there is 662 printed pages. The publishing houses are from our University of Agriculture in Krakow, but also University of Nitra. First book with the title Indicators of Change in Cultural Heritage has 3 parts: cultural landscape, culinary heritage, heritage of plant and animal production. There are 19 reviewed articles, including papers from project partners. Second book is from Nitra University with the title, I would say in English, Specific Evaluation of Wine Quality from a Selected Region. The third one is The Beginnings of Digital Heritage, and this is University of Agriculture in Krakow Publishing House. And the fourth is Digital Heritage, Reflection of Our Activities. There are more books. In these days, it will be published, the next book, in Springer Publishing House. It's with the title Cultural Heritage Possibilities for Land-Centered Societal Development. And last but not least, we've got the catalogue of cultural heritage in Małopolska in 2 versions, Polish and English. And I would only say it is 1,000 printed pages. Maria, could you tell us something about plant and animal heritage?
Yeah, I will try. Well, we focused for the scientific part, but now I will focus on people. I would say one thing: without you, there wasn't any projects existing in Europe, and there weren't any activities, research, and so on and so forth. So, once again, the partners of the project, but still in another way, because this is our kickoff meeting and our partners from our side, and also the first persons working from our partner universities. As you can see, this is kick-off meeting. We started as far as 2019, so 3 years ago. And the project was elongated because of pandemic times. And 2 packages, animal and plant heritage, were the main core which we performed face-to-face. Still, some activities also were done when we were in COVID isolation. And the most important, I think, there are meetings between scientists in the specific conditions with the specific subjects, with the specific topics. And as you can see, the first internship in NITRA, we have had marvelous introduction to genetic identification of animals using low and high density data. So we have learned from our colleagues something very important and very useful for nowadays research. The second internship in Brno was bioactive compounds and textural analysis. And also very valuable thing concerning pollens, identification of honeys that way, and all adulterations and falsifications of food which can be done and shouldn't be done. And the third internship in NITRA, molecular approaches to identifying and authentifying the added value of plant genetic resources. So continuing with the very modern and very fashionable topic with genetics. In Košice, we have had possibility to look further to local production traceability and veterinary control, because our friends are specialists in the area. And also this veterinary control is much more important nowadays because of common market. That's the first thing. In Hotiańskie Niemce in November, we have had the possibility to see something which was not so obvious for Europe, black mulberry gardens presence as a part of cultural heritage in Slovakia. So mulberry we are rather linking with Japan or Far East, West, and not here in Central Europe, but here it is. And in Winnicki, as you can see, we have had possibility to taste marvelous Tokaj wines, which are also present. A part of Tokaj is in Slovakia, so we experienced very outstanding taste of European heritage Tokaj wines. And in Uherskie Hradiště in Czech Republic, it was regional plant materials of South Moravia and their processing. I wouldn't say that this is Jedlinek Vodka Company, but Moravia is the last place when the Wallachs who went through all over Europe and gave us the basics for our heritage here in the Carpathian Mountains range, stayed forever. Just they stopped here. And also very many monuments left after them, and the specific words are enclosed to each language of our country. So when I don't use now English, but I use Polish, speaking slowly, most of you colleagues will understand me. That's the point of this transhumance in 13th and 14th century. And the first scientific seminar was concerning plants' cultural heritage. And there were, in between these two study visits in Ząb and Zakopane, as you can remember, we could see the production of cheeses, not only oszczepek, but of all kind of cheeses in the mountains, and visit the pasture, just shepherd's hut there. And after this, we were thinking about something which combines our region, and we, as the floral part, choose the wild garlic. So our colleagues went to enclave of Klimkówka and picked it up hand by hand. A few persons from our faculty were trying to easily catch the material for scientific research, and this publication concerning the garlic is still being processed, so we'll have other articles concerning our project. And concerning the plant heritage is not only the wild garlic. We identified a few things more. Of course, there's plenty to be identified still, but we used those plants as the titles, or the titles for research, and present them in our scientific articles. And animal heritage, jodłownik, szczyżyc, and Polish red cattle, as you can see here. And also we have been visiting the monastery there in Szczyżyc, and identified three main kinds of animals as Polish red cow, Carpathian goat, and Zakel sheep from our part of Carpathian Mountains as the heritage after Valax, which stayed till these days. Of course, the result was the publication that Barbara already mentioned. And also we were granted common projects. In the meantime, we were working on other topics. And here we have the project concerning Erasmus Plus with our partner universities from Slovakia and Czech Republic. And also we have been working for the Green Deal for the Horizon 2020. But so far we failed, but maybe we'll repeat this project also. Thank you very much. And now I am asking Professor to finish our presentation.
Oh, maybe some conclusion. Our cooperation doesn't end during this project. Doesn't end. So our project is for continuation and development our cooperation. It is our main goal. During our project, we have developed solution for international research cooperation. Our project consortium has already been extended with partners from other European countries, as well as from US, China, Japan, Canada. And this was time that we could prepare a good publication with professors from foreign universities. At the moment, I would like to thank you very much for this cooperation. We are proud that we cooperate with these professors. The basis for the future cooperation are also catalogs created for Małopolska region. We have just finished these catalogs. This is the main results of our project. In addition, we are working on multimedia catalog. It was very difficult, even impossible sometimes, to work on the catalogs under pandemic times. And now, I would like to thank you very much, two persons, which I cooperate with in this catalog. It is Professor Barbara Prus. Thank you very much, Barbara. And Dr. Karol Król. So it was very difficult work during this pandemic time under this catalog. Thank you. So for the future, for our cooperation, we also invite you to our digital cultural heritage. And with this topic, we create platform, interactive platform. And about new project, as Maria said, it is as Foodinovo is working this project. And also, we working on two proposals. One for a program European for citizens with universities from Europe. And the second, it is proposal to European Green Deal with universities from Europe, from US, Japan, China, and also from Africa. Now, I would like to thank you very much, our colleagues, our partners from Florence, from Brno, Košice, and also from my university. Particularly, thank you very much, colleagues from two faculties, Faculty of Food Technology and from my faculty, and also the scientific committee and the marshal of our region, Małopolska, with communities. So, thank you very much. My partner. So, I would like to thank you very much for the organized committee. Professor Tomasz Noszczyk, Dr. Renata Różycka-Czas, and Dr. Magda Wilkosz-Marczarczyk. Our colleague Anita now is in France. Renata, thank you very much. One slide. Don't worry. Can I? So, as I said, we don't finish our cooperation, our project. It is only the first step for our next cooperation. We invite you, and also we invite new project partners to our network. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. We are now going to the plenary part, so please, I am inviting here Professor Hernik, he already is here, and Professor Łukasiewicz to lead other parts of our meeting. This is my day today.
Together with Professor Marcin Łukasiewicz, we are chairs of this plenary session, and we have four presentations. The first is Professor Mauro Agnelletti. I would like to present professors, if I can. Professor Mauro Agnelletti at the University of Florence School of Agriculture, where he teaches landscape planning and environmental history.
Okay, thank you.
At the Faculty of Agriculture. He is the director of Laboratory for Landscape and Cultural Heritage and coordinator for National Observatory for Rural Landscape at the Ministry of Agriculture. He's been the chair of a scientific committee of a FAO Globally Important Agriculture Heritage System Program, vice president of the European Environmental History Society, and also president of the Landscape Observatory of the Regional Government of Tuscany. He's scientific expert for UNESCO, CBD, European Landscape Convention, and had also appointments with European institutions. He has coordinated many research programs, and some of his research findings have been transferred into policies. He is the director of a Springer series on environmental history and coordinator of a scientific journal, Global Environment. In 2019, he was included in the 100 most influential researchers in the world by biology, and one of his papers was included into the 1%, the most read papers in the social science and humanities by the Web of Science. He has several teaching experience in the US, Germany, France, and in my country. He has published more than 200 scientific papers, and he is the author-editor of 20 books. Please, Professor.
Thank you for this even too long presentation. I'm sorry, but you get to a certain age where you've done even too many things in your past. So thank you very much for this invitation. Also, I'm honored to be here for attending this project. Rectors, Vice Rector, Dean, thank you very much for allowing me to come again in this beautiful city. Also, I would like to say, beside what has been already said about this very interesting project, that in the years that I've been collaborating with Professor Hernik and this university, I also appreciated not only the interest and the spirit of collaboration, but also, I have to say, the friendship that has developed between us, and in a way, this connection between Poland and Małopolska in particular and Tuscany has been very fruitful also from the personal point of view. So, well, I'm here to speak about this globally important agricultural heritage system of FAO. And we are all academics here, so you might have already heard some of the things that I'm going to say. Maybe I hope some of them will be relatively new. Obviously, now I'm presenting the reason why FAO, the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, decided to develop this program, and why at this point this program is becoming more interesting for the challenges that are waiting for us in terms of future sustainable development. So the reason why they developed this project, first of all, was due to the fact that we have to witness in many parts of the world the failure of an industrial model of agriculture, in particular intensive agriculture, characterized by the low cost of labor and high yields. This model has been able to give us many achievements in terms of improved amount of food and having bigger amount of food, like we did also in Europe since the 60s with the European Union and the Common Agricultural Policy. But of course, this did not work in many parts of the world. There are parts of the world where, first of all, this model could not be applied, especially in mountain region, in difficult region where mechanization and other modern means of technology could not be applied. Many farmers in this region could not access the market, so they always been marginalized from the market, so the farmer did not get richer. In some areas they get richer, in many areas they did not get rich, they even changed jobs and abandoned the land. And also one of the results is the big companies are controlling food market. This is creating more and more problems for small farmers, especially in developing countries. And one of the most important failures that FAO witnessed is the fact that still there are many hungry people in the world. We have not succeeded in defeating hunger, and in the future FAO thinks that we need to produce 50% more of the food that we're actually producing today. So there are many areas of the world, even in Europe, they have problem in terms of hunger. Another thing that we have been witnessing is that we have very low quality food that is dominating the market. It's called junk food. You may find cheap prices for many of these products, but their quality is very low. And today, even in the essay made by the FAO General Director, the new frontier for food in the world today is not only to feed the people, but also to have a higher quality of food production. Meaning high quality is an important issue. Besides this, you all know that agriculture is considered one of the main drivers of climate change. Agriculture is also considered responsible for the loss of biodiversity. Of course, here the discussion is what kind of agriculture is responsible for this. And also, especially this kind of industrialized agriculture is considered responsible for degradation and pollution, so increasing amount of fertilizer and pesticide to increase production, degrading soil and pollute waters. Beside this, we also have been witnessing changes due to the intensification and abandonment in the structure of the landscape. So we pass from a traditional landscape that are more complex, more likely to present a mosaic of small plots, small cultivation, that with the time they become more simple. They've been homogenized, and so this simplification from a certain point of view was done, of course, for the need to have mechanization and to have larger fields and also produce more. But today we are seeing that this also has meant a loss in the cultural heritage associated to this traditional landscape structure. And also you've seen that urbanization is the result of these problems. So the rural population in the world is decreasing. More and more people is going to live in the cities. Here is the map of the region of Lombardy, where Milan is in Italy. You see in black the urban areas in 1955, and in red, the urban area in 2010s. So you see there's a distribution, wider distribution of urban areas that are covering the territory, reducing agriculture from one side. And this is as another effect combined to this, we have the abandonment of rural areas, especially in mountain and hilly area. So there is somehow our traditional landscape, which is in the middle of two big phenomena, the increased extension of urban areas, the abandonment of many other areas, and also the increase, that is something that few people admit today, of the forest. We can measure abandonment looking at the increasing forest extension, which is happening in all Europe, from Sweden to Austria and Italy, from Poland to France. We are speaking in Italy of 80,000 hectares every year of new forests coming on abandoned land. And so this is creating also a change in the landscape. Of course, traditional landscape are shrinking beside these big problems that I'm telling you: intensification from one side, urbanization and abandonment. And of course, in all this, we are also witnessing a loss of traditional landscape and traditional knowledge associated to them. This traditional knowledge that we can also understand looking at the typical food that you are discussing in this project, it's not associated to a knowledge that in most of the cases you read in scientific textbook, but is more related to tradition of the population, to old farmers that can tell you about this thing from an oral point of view, or showing you the evidence of some traditional practices that they are applying in the countryside. So there's the fear, this is one of the reasons why I failed to develop this project, to lose a rich heritage still existing in the world that has not been formalized in science, because obviously me, like many of you, we went to the university and learning modern agriculture and modern technology, and we always thought that these things were obsolete, they're old, they were not working. Another thing that at least we have been witnessing in Italy, and when we studied recently, the relationship between the distribution of the infections of COVID-19 with the development model. We did a study with the European Central Bank, and Italy can be divided into several parts of the territory according to development model, high intensity to low intensity. And what we've been witnessing is just a higher correlation between development model and COVID-19 infection. What do I mean? I mean that normally we all think that the highest correlation is with the demography. More people, more infection. And instead, when we compare the two things, the intensive development model, characterized by external energy inputs due to a lot of aspects from industrial agriculture to agro-industry to industrial development, present a higher correlation when you go to see the number of infections in respect to the simple fact that you have more people living in an area. This, from the point of view of the European Central Bank, was very interesting, not just for studying the phenomenon. In any disease or virus infection like COVID, but many others in the past, normally you do not only try to understand the biological part of a virus, but you also should try to learn more about the environmental and socioeconomic dimension of the diffusion of a virus. They're always associated to the number of infections. Any disease in the world has a strict correlation with socioeconomic and environmental factors. So the bank wants to study this, but the result, basically, and very simply speaking, in Italy is the rural areas, especially those characterized by traditional landscape, were safer. And also we wanted, the bank suggested to interrupt discontinued flows of people from the countryside to urban areas, suggesting not to revert, if it's too difficult to approach these problems, but to stop these problems, so to allow the people to live in rural areas, reducing the abandonment. So considering all this, what are the programs that we have today available for maintaining this traditional agricultural system? Of course, the first thing, even in my case, I was interested in a program like the UNESCO. The first program that was used for this purpose was the Man and Biosphere program in 1971, And later, the Cultural Landscape Program in 1992 and the World Heritage List is the one where you have more rural landscape included. Unfortunately, if you read all this program, you don't find the word agriculture. It's not mentioned. There are agricultural landscape included in this list, but you don't find the word agriculture because the focus is not really on what we are discussing today. For the reason, in 2002, FAO developed this GS program, Global Important Agricultural Heritage System, as a research program. Try to understand if we could find an area where we still have this traditional system, how we can support them and preserve them. And the program initially developed as a research program, but in 2015, given the success of the result of the program, it was turned into a regular FAO program. And as the colleague, Professor Hernick, mentioned it, I chaired this program for 5 years. And what is the definition of FAO is used for this GS? Remarkable land use system and landscape which are rich in biological diversity, evolving from the co-adaptation of a rural community with its environment and its need and aspiration for sustainable development. Basically, what we're discussing here is that with development of civilization that started with agriculture, today many people in the world forget this, but basically we have what we call civilization because we had agriculture, ensuring that we all have food to survive. And while the different population, different parts of the world, they have developed their own way to produce. So all these people in all these continents had the same problem, I produce food. But according to their culture, they produce different kind of landscape using different way of producing. So we have an enormous diversity of rural landscape and cultural heritage associated to this. And this has also been studied in history when we speak about cultural landscape. I would like to remember the definition of Carl Sauer in 1926. Cultural landscape is fashioned from a natural landscape by a culture group. Culture is the agent, the natural air, the medium. The cultural landscape is the result. So the richness of the various landscape that we find associated to agriculture is due to this fact. Different culture creating different landscape, but responding to the same purpose. And more recently, the idea of traditional landscape is formalized by Mark Anthrop in 1997. He wrote that traditional landscape referred to landscape with a long history, which evolved slowly and where it took centuries to form a characteristic structure, reflecting a harmonious integration of abiotic, biotic, and cultural elements. So there is still an evolution in this landscape, and FAO knows perfectly this, but this is a slow development where certain thing that works stays, although the society and the economy may change. So we have in this process that I tried to describe a landscape produced by the need of the people, but in environment like water. So these are islands built to produce in a flooded area in China, and this has produced, as you see, a very characteristic landscape, a very unique place. Or you may have terracing, as in this case, to produce rice with water. That meant to develop a huge work to terrace the mountain. You can find the same system in Morocco, here in the Atlas Mountain. You can find this system also in Italy, here in Cinque Terre. So you see how many difficult environments where people have to struggle hard to adapt and survive. And this has created unique places, as you can see from this picture. And even men succeeded to develop life and agriculture in incredible difficult conditions. We are here in Lanzarote, in the Canary Island. After the eruption of the volcano, people had two choices: leave or develop agriculture on the lava beds, using specific techniques, taking advantage of this new soil condition and climate niche that you can create in these holes dig in the ground. Not to mention, not to forget, I would say, the desert. Those of you who visited deserts know that using very little amount of water, you can produce in the oasis a number of things that you would never imagine, from wine, not only date palms, but from wine to vegetables to fruit. And these are places where normally you would think life is impossible. So there's from all this, we have to understand the lessons from this experience and try to save the main reason, what is it at the core, the essence of this knowledge, and try to preserve it. That was one of the meaning of the program and why I've developed. And in the years, the program has been quite successful, I have to say. It has some good and bads, but there are 62 GS sites in 21 countries in almost all the world. There are now sites also in Europe. And this has been steadily growing, especially in the last 7-8 years. The GS criteria concern food and livelihood security. So in order to apply also for becoming a GSI, you need to have these elements studied and presented in the application. So we are speaking about typical food that has a history. Agrobiodiversity in the framework of biocultural diversity that I will briefly explain later. Traditional knowledge, culture value system and social organization, and a landscape. In the view of the FAO, differently from the UNESCO, in my life I've been writing several applications for UNESCO. The landscape is the result. You don't start from the landscape. In FAO approach, you start from the local communities for traditional practices, and these activities, this aspect, create the landscape that you want to save. Without a farmer, you don't have the landscape. If you want to maintain a rural landscape, you have to have the farmer surviving and living there. So the objective was to create the condition for allowing the farmers to live in this area and to continue to live in this area. And it has been found out also from the FAO that this GS criteria respond to the 17 Sustainable Development Goals of the Agenda 2030. I was speaking on the COP in Conference on Climate in Bonn, where officially this was presented. So there was an agreement between the UNFSS and FAO considering this form of agriculture exactly the type of agriculture that we can accept as contributing to the mitigation and adaptation of climate change, as well as a certain type of biodiversity. Basically, when we speak of this system, we need to discuss energy inputs and outputs in agriculture. Modern agriculture is often more productive in terms of yield per hectare, but less efficient in terms of energy, while traditional agriculture may be less productive, but it's more efficient in terms of energy. It's very simple. We put energy in the system, we have an output. Okay, we produce more, but in the past, the amount of energy put in the system was lower compared to what you do today. Today, we have a higher, even more than the double or more, or production, for instance, in cereal, in wheat or corn. But the amount of energy that you put in the system is not proportional. It's much more. It's many times more. So this has a cost in environmental term, also in economic term, that we need to consider when evaluating the efficiency of these two systems. And also, just to explain more in detail, so when we present this example in China, China is a big country, I would say is a continent. I've been traveling there for a long time, but in this moment, they are the first country who was trying to preserve this kind of landscape because China shares with us the same problems. People live in the countryside, people going to big urban areas, scarcity of production of food in some area of the country. So we share the same problem with Morocco, let's say Italy and China. The same thing. That's what puts us together. And so even the Chinese government tried to reverse the project. And studying this system, this is a typical area where you have fish ponds with dikes where you plant the mulberry trees to produce silk. So in this area, you have a system where the mulberry leaves are fed to beneficial the worms, silkworms. Worm faces is fed to the fish. Mud in the pond, including fish faces, become fertilizer for the mulberry. And at the end, you have 4 types of product: the fish, and the nuts, and the silk, because mulberry trees produce also nuts. So the system is self-sustainable. You don't have external energy input. It's just included there. You have human labor, of course, but it produces many different crops. And we have this system also in other countries, like Italy. We have a mixed production system existing since Etruscan times. We have alpine system where you have the transfer of the cattle livestock during the different season of the year. So you start from in the winter the stable in the bottom of the valley, then you go up to the higher pasture in the summer, and then you come back. So this is also a system that can be comparable to GIAS. You have also forest connected to the systems, like in this case chestnut orchards that are producing multiple crops. And another big matter that FAO wanted to address is the one of biodiversity. When we speak about biodiversity, normally in the world we always consider alpha diversity, the diversity of species, and this diversity is normally associated to wildlife, to animals that are normally found in natural habitat, not affected by the man. But in the case of the FAO, the idea was a bit different, because first of all, we need to understand, as you probably all know, that biodiversity is an historical process. It has never been still in the world. We have 5 mass destruction of biodiversity, huge changes, so biodiversity vary in time and space. And when culture arrived on the earth, and impress its influence on the natural basis, you had the development of different species, changing the genotype and phenotype of existing species. You have created a new biodiversity associated to farming and to practices that were applied by farmers or foresters or shepherds. So in this case, we are speaking about gamma diversity, the one at landscape scale. So a different a rich mosaic of different agricultural plots is creating different habitats that are also contributing to biodiversity, because biodiversity must be seen at 360 degrees, not at 45 degrees, as usually happens. So this kind of agriculture actually contributes to biodiversity in its own way. And in fact, in Florence in 2014, the CBD and UNESCO organized a conference for the implementation of the joint program called Links Between Biological and Cultural Diversity, where they stated that the current state of biological and cultural diversity in Europe results from the combination of historical and ongoing environmental land use processes on the one hand and cultural heritage on the other. The European landscape is predominantly a biocultural, multifunctional landscape. Why they did this in Europe? Because they wanted to say, and CBD, which is the body of the United Nations in charge of biodiversity, that there are the Amazon with their own biodiversity, but here there is a different biodiversity. So they should all be preserved, and because they both have a meaning, and so the focus in different countries should be adapted to the kind of situation that you have. In my type of agriculture, I have a certain biodiversity. In your type of agriculture, you may have a different biodiversity. In Scandinavia or in the Amazonian area, you have another level of biodiversity. It's a mistake to try to put every country under the same kind of goals of objective, because you will simply not achieve the result, first of all, but you will kill the landscape, because this diversity is what is matter. The other, of course, point of view is very important, is the economic part. It's very nice what I've been telling you about the quality of this, but how to help the farmers to survive, from where we start. So from this, I present something that it's already been discussed in FAO and trying to applying in Italy. And we try to consider the landscape as an added value that cannot be replicated by a competitor. In other words, we have a quality food. You can have many different quality of food, but normally there are small production that will never reach the big markets. But if you associate this to the quality of the landscape, you create an added value that cannot be replicated by a competitor, because I can produce apple in Italy and apple in Poland. We have different landscape. The thing is that I have to attract my customers, telling them not to buy this in a supermarket in Munich or in New York, but to visit the place. To visit the place, go there, and pay the right price. I can tell to the customers to visit my place if my place has a very good landscape quality. For what reason I should visit an area where you don't have important monuments or fine arts or other things? Well, you have to give me a reason for this. And once you visit a place, you discover its typical product, you develop a relationship, an emotional relationship with this place. And normally those in marketing knows that in order to promote a food, you need to tell a story. Whether the story is real or not, sometimes does not matter. But many places, many rural landscapes we're discussing, they do have a history that we need to promote. So explaining people why a place is different. Even simple thing. For instance, the fields that you have here in Poland, there are long and narrow, is a typical shape that if you come to Italy, you don't find. It's related to a history that nobody knows, is attractive in a way. People wonder, why is it like that? Nobody tells them. So we should try to valorize this kind of diversities and explain why and how they're related to culture, to history, and why they support a food. So you associate a food to a landscape. Of course, you need to promote this through a certification label, ensuring to the customers and telling the customer that these are the values included in this. You can support this to quality tourism. I say quality tourism, which is not any tourism. Tourists that are informed why they're traveling to a place, and include this in rural development strategy. As you mentioned before, we are approaching the Green Deal with a new common agricultural policy that needs to be discussed in my country, at least at my ministry. There is a huge political debate on the things that I'm telling you, because there is a request from many, many farmers to go towards this, because the competition that we have today in agriculture puts Italy, that as Poland, this has been an agricultural country, in a condition where we cannot compete for production and low prices. We can only compete with quality, because the angle of competition that big companies producing food in the world that control the market leaves us, it's very narrow, it's very small. And if we do not go for this, there's no way for us to compete. We will continue to abandon the land. The farmers will stop working because prices cannot be competitive with global markets. And so this is a big discussion, because you understand probably that there are opposite views about the things I'm telling you. Many economists would not agree with what I'm saying, but I know many farmers instead that completely understand what we are telling. And so there are some good results on this approach. Once again, I have to take the case of China, because they started before than us. You see two graphs. You can look at the first one on the top, where we show the price of GS product, the price of the product included in this GS area has been considered sites for the FAO. In 2005, 2015, you see the increase of the price. You can compare this increase with the price in no GS product and neighboring countries. So you see that it was effective. As a matter of fact, the prices increased a lot more than outside, than with products outside the GS area. And I'll tell you more, the situation in some sites in China is that the government has stopped the farmers to go back to live in some area because there were too many. So farmers abandoned some areas. Then you had this GS project. Farmers started to come back in this area because they noticed that their friends had a higher income from this production. But of course, you cannot allow too many farmers to go to live in this area, because otherwise you will have a limitation in the land available and the possibility to maintain also the social aspect of these sites. And same thing happened with tourism. You see the graph on the right side of the increase of tourists that you've seen in this area. I have to admit that this, in the case that I visited, it has become a problem, because what is happening at until a certain amount is fine. Many tourists come, they pay, they want to eat, they want to sleep, fine, and the farmers continue to produce. Then at a certain moment, when you see this huge amount of tourists coming, farmers start to think of changing their job. Why should I work the land and do a lot of efforts to produce the food when I can become the owner of a restaurant or an hotel. So in some area, we have come to the problem where in some GIS site, they are importing fruit from outside to feed the tourists that are in this area. So we must be very careful because these things works. But you have to think in advance what might happen and find a balance between these different tendencies. And what about Europe? Okay, in Europe, we are some good things related to these qualities. Genetics studied that there is a higher correlation between human genetic diversity and geographic diversity. This means that if you put the genetic map of Europe over the geographic map of Europe, you see this important correlation between the cultural diversity due to our genetic structure and the different landscape that we have. Is a rich diversity. It's also the problem we have for the project of European integration, why we are not, every one of us is convinced to become one country, the European country, because many feels to be not considered in their diversity. So if I feel marginal to this project, because I don't think the European Commission is taking care of the reality I have in the place where I live, of course, I don't feel part of the project. But this diversity, it's a richness from this point of view, because we have a lot of these different conditions that can be and have been studied from the point of view of the cultural landscape index, both in agriculture and in forest area. In forest area is not well known, but I've been working for the Interministerial Conference for the Protection of Forests in Europe, and the 3 pillars of sustainable forest development are ecology, economy, and culture. Nobody knows about culture, but when I was working with the presidency of the Interministerial Conference in Warsaw, Poland, we did a very good job in telling, at least to European countries, that this heritage exists also in forests, because most of our forests being managed by the man. And so the feature that they have depends on the activities that foresters develop there. In Italy, as my colleague Josef Erlich knows, we developed the National Register of Historic Rural Landscape. When we met, we were presenting the list of potential sites that we have been identifying. Today, we have an official list in the Ministry of Agriculture with 27 sites. And in Italy, more than 10 years ago, we developed our national list of typical agricultural products, 5,000, more or less, products have been listed in this for each region. Then, of course, we realized that the food product is important, the typical food product, the traditional food product, but we did not associate this product to the landscape. And so we were missing a lot of good opportunities to promote this area. So today we have this list, and in some of this area, we start to have good results. In Tuscany, Lamole, which is a place where you produce wine, since the inscription in this register, we noticed that we have double the price of the wine sold in this area. This was a marginal area, even for the Chianti Consortium, which is the biggest organization for producing wine. And Tuscany is the first region for rural tourism, the second for typical food. But you see, the average income of agritourists is interesting, 57,000 euros a year, which are data that makes many farmers think that without tourism, they could not survive. Tourism is allowing them to maintain the landscape. The landscape attracts the tourists, and they also can sell their products because many are small farmers. They produce some 1,000 bottles of wine or olive oil. They will never put this on the market in New York. No. The only chance that visitors come, they stay in the house, and they buy their food. There's no other possibility for them. And in Tuscany, the strategy was to think of creating a network of this area. And probably those of you coming to Tuscany knows about Florence and Siena, and so people normally go to stay in the agritourism, which is the second destination after 5-star hotel when you come to visit Tuscany. But very few people knows all the other parts of Tuscany. So the idea with the regional government is that has been discussed is to create a network of these agricultural sites, of this rural landscape, even in remote area, in order to promote a distribution of the tourism even in areas that normally you would not visit. Otherwise, we will continue to face this abandonment that had been discussed so far. So this is something that now, with the common agricultural policies, we are discussing with the other region. We have created a network of rural districts based on food and landscape production, and this has been supported by our government after many, many discussions. So now today in Italy there are 20 rural districts that for the next common agricultural policy are requiring to be considered in terms of subsidies given from the Commission. And so we hope in this way to develop something that it's allowing also many of these sites to apply to FAO. Because now the new thing, at least for Italy, that for now everyone was thinking to go from the national list of historic landscape to UNESCO. Today we see that many of these sites apply to FAO. So 2 of them have made this choice, and so these are different options. This idea of concentrating more on the rural heritage, on the food, on the farmers, and these traditional practices is attracting many more also administrators that are looking for opportunity to develop these rural areas. And my last slides, I consider hoping to be for some time. We have a big project on GIAS called GIAS Capacity Building, where we are trying to achieve 3 objectives. We have an international master course. We receive applications from 4 continents, from Asia to South America, Africa, and even Europe, where we train students to become managers of this type of agriculture. Because what we need today is someone who changed the vision of how I manage an agricultural area, try to learn from these rules, from this indication that I try to explain. And I have to admit that although we have this great success because we have so many applications, we cannot support all of the students, the most important difficulties for us is to change the way we teach. Because of course the foundation of our teaching are not working for most of the cases. We have to change the things that we are telling to students. And this has created a number of difficulties also at academic level. You all know that we have our own scientific sector. We have all our discipline. We speak a lot about interdisciplinarity, but it doesn't exist in reality. If you go to work in another field, you find problems for your career. So this has also suggested us to develop a different adaptation strategy to this kind of topic. We also identify potential GIS sites, not only in Italy, but in the rest of the world. And we do land cover map of all these GIS sites, promoting the fact that they can apply to FAO. So in this respect, I would say this will be an activity that in the future will grow, I'm sure, because the topic is really increasing. This was my last slide. Thank you very much for your attention.
So thank you very much, Professor. It's great work, very interesting presentation. And here's our certification participating in our conference. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we are going to Canada. Online, sorry. But last year when we prepared this conference, we thought, but this year it will be possible that we meet face-to-face. Sorry, this pandemic situation is continue. And the second presentation, it is Rethinking Heritage for Rural Development, Craft, Food, Local Knowledge, and the Role of Indexicality by Professor Christoph van Asche. And now I would like to present you Professor van Asche. Is interested in evolution and innovation in governance with focus areas in spatial planning and design, development, and also in environmental policy. His work in various countries, often combining with a theoretical reflection, system theories, interactive policy, and also much more focus on economic aspects. Christoph, with colleagues, developed very interesting evolutionary governance theory, which aims to design realistic models of transition and reform between social engineering and laissez-faire. He worked on both urban and rural governance, and he has a special interest in places with difficult governance transition, which can entail in interest in remote places. So now, if we can open this presentation, please. Mr. Grzegorz, we can start.
Intangible values, in my perspective, are not something that could be easily commodified or where commodification is the goal.
Once again, sorry. We can start, yes.
Intangible values, in my perspective, are not something that could be easily commodified or where commodification is the goal in itself. In other words, for rural development, if there is an interesting local product, a tradition, the appearance, the built environment or the landscape of the village itself should not easily and quickly be considered a product to be sold. On the other hand, it's also clear and simple that communities need to survive. That should be a goal in itself in most cases, I would say. And also, if we find the craft products, other local products, food, traditions very important, even then, very basically, the community itself needs to survive. Now, we do believe that it is possible to create value out of local traditions, local products and landscapes and crafts without commodifying very simply, without creating dangers of homogenization and a superficial version of the local identity. One key issue there is that we have to pay attention to the distribution and redistribution effects of whatever money that is made out of local products. And there we come back to the previous very simple but very basic point, and that is that if the community does not exist, if it does not survive, then it is impossible, of course, to preserve or maintain any of those things. except in the most shallow version as a background or a decor for a movie or a short visit. For example, in Belgium, where I grew up, there's many beers. Some of them are very old. Some of them are very rooted in a local community or a religious community or an abbey. Some of them are brewed in a very traditional way. But there's many others, like some of the beers we see here, many others that appear to be authentic, local, traditional, and so forth, or that appear to be associated with an old abbey, but in fact are owned by large corporations with headquarters somewhere else, and where the beer does not benefit the local community at all. There are other examples, like the beer you see here, where there is still a tradition in place, where the monks in this case brew the beer according to an old recipe, but where the village community also benefits from that product. It attracts tourism. There's versions of the beer that are only sold locally, and there's other positive spin-off effects. This is a beer from Alberta, Canada, where I live now. And it is a new beer, but also very locally rooted. We can speak of innovation. This is already an example of craft not standing in the way of innovation. And it is brewed by people with expertise that sometimes comes from other places and in some ways is also completely new. This might be the good moment to introduce more formally our perspective on craft. We already mentioned that craft, in our perspective, is not opposed to innovation, not at all. And innovation is very well possible and used to be quite common, in fact, also within craft production. Craft is also not opposed to upscaling. It is possible in many cases to produce larger quantities, to create larger companies as well. There is a form of opposition implied, though, in the concept of craft, and that is an opposition to some forms of modernity. In the 19th century, and especially in England, people like William Morris and John Ruskin were indeed looking back at old forms of production as well, and they were opposed to the low quality and homogeneity of industrial production. Craft can refer to particular forms of organization. Think of the old guild system, think of internship systems. It can refer to a particular engagement with materiality. And craft is usually embedded in tradition, although, as I mentioned, open to innovation. There is also a traditional focus on quality and identity. And, important for our story right now, there is a potential, but potentially important also, link to the place of origin of the product, the place of origin of ingredients, and there might be other connections. Here we find an example of a Canadian cheese, Oka, that was originally produced at an abbey in Quebec. It was sold, the recipe, to a larger company. You see the name over there. That larger company, however, still had strong regional roots. It's a cooperative. Right now it employs several thousands of people, and the product became iconic, not just of the abbey and the religious community, not just of Quebec, but it became a truly Canadian icon with strong local roots, still produced according to the old recipe. Now we come closer to the heart of our theoretical perspective. Interpretation always plays a role in the production of craft, but also of heritage, of what is presented as local, as traditional. A product has to be interpreted as a craft, but also as local and as traditional by both the makers and the consumers. It's also possible that we need the silent assent or permission by locals. That means that if locals in the community where it is produced do not see it as authentic, that the story will not be persuasive for others. Now, that interpretation of a product as craft, as higher quality, as possessing a local value and connection, that interpretation has to be a positive one, of course, and it has to endure for a while. Branding also enters the picture here, because in our story we can consider product branding but also place branding, and working on place branding and product branding together can really reinforce both. That is, if the interpretation of at least one of either place or product is positive, then it is generally possible to improve the other side. Narratives or stories are also present here in different versions. That is, we are dealing with narratives of place and narrative of product. If we have a story that can connect persuasively the place and the product, then that connection is more likely to endure and more likely to play a role in the product branding and the place branding. We would like to go one step further in our theory of interpretation, and we would like to introduce here Mr. Charles Sanders Peirce, the inventor or one of the inventors of semiotics, or the interpretation theory of science. Now, for Mr. Peirce, signs refer to things in the world, but they also refer to interpretations, concepts in the minds of observers or listeners. We need the three elements to create meaning. That is, we need a sign, we need an object, and an interpretant. Without the connections that are established there between those three elements, there can be no production of meaning. For Mr. Peirce, the relation between sign and object can have different characters. That is, that relation between sign and object can be iconic, it can be symbolic, and it can be indexical. Symbolism is a relation of contingency. That is, there's always a decision in a culture to use a particular sign to denote something in the world. An iconic relation is one of resemblance to the object. A portrait, if it is well done, of course, a portrait painting bears an iconic relation to the person that is portrayed. For our story, the type of relation that Peirce calls indexicality is maybe the most interesting one. It is a link between sign and object that is based on contiguity or presence or causality. We can think of a footprint in the snow. We can also think of a geyser as a foolproof sign that there's some volcanic activity going on there, even if we cannot see that. Now, indexicality is important or useful for us. It plays a role in our story because it can connect products like crafts and also local foods to a place. A product can be an index of a place in many different ways. There can be many different indexical connections between a product and a place. it could be that the product is made of a material that found in that particular place, maybe only in that particular place. It's possible that the product reveals a technique that is only practiced there, or for which the place, the community is famous or well known. It's also possible that there's a particular form of organization that we're dealing with and that exists only in some places. And we can also be dealing with a design that is unique to a place. Think of furniture, also think of certain types of packaging. And most importantly, the thing itself, the product itself, can be unique. Finally, it is also possible that a superior quality or a unique quality is associated with a particular place. Now, those are all relations between product and place with an indexical character, but there's always symbolism involved. There's always interpretation and narrative that plays a role. I would like to introduce now a very interesting wine, in my view. That is the wine or the wines from the Chateauneuf du Pape region in southern France. The Pape is the Pope, and the Chateauneuf you see there in the right-hand corner, that is the castle or the palace of the popes in Avignon, where they resided in the late Middle Ages. The wine is made from many different grapes, a very particular and peculiar combination of different grapes. And you see them mentioned there on the second picture from the left. The pebbles you see, or the rocks you see there, are the famous cailloux. And those are pebbles brought there by rivers mostly, that we can find in the vineyards of the region. They play a particular role in the production of the wine and in the stories and the branding of the wine, because they're presented as something unique, as unique features of the location that help to warm up the vineyards after the sun goes down and helps to improve the quality of the wine, contribute to the unique character of the wine. We can say, therefore, that Chateauneuf du Pape as a product is also a cluster of narratives, and that each of those narratives has a particular way of linking to place. So there's the larger narrative of the Avignon papacy in the late Middle Ages. There's the peculiar combination of grapes that really denotes that particular wine region. And the combination, of course, produces a particular palette of tastes. There's the pebbles, the cailloux, and the pebbles associated with the cultivation technique. They didn't clean them up, for example. They gathered them more. And there are the stories of each domains associated with the taste of each domain. Some of those domains also go back to the Middle Ages, not all of them. Now, in each of those stories, and the whole cluster of stories together makes up the product, in each of those stories, we find materiality and indexicality playing a different role in each of the stories. If we take a different perspective and we look at the stages of production of the wine, then we see there a succession of stories with materiality playing different roles. From the preparation of the soil over the cultivation of the grapes to the production of the wine and then the tasting, maybe in an environment where people like to travel. If we have indexicality, maybe different versions or examples or cases of indexicality around one product, this can convince visitors, can convince clients or customers that there's something real. Indexicality can convince or persuade people that the product is real, that it is really from a particular place, that it's really made out of certain materials with particular ingredients, and that those ingredients are maybe from a particular place. But this does not always translate into the idea that it is really good, that the product is good and that it is worth buying, especially if it is more expensive or we have to work a little more to get it. If we go back to our example of the Chateauneuf de Pape, there might be many reasons why we like that wine or those wines. I happen to be one of the people who really likes it, although I'm not always convinced that I should pay the price. Now, the appreciation is for most people in most cases mediated by different types of knowledge, by different narratives. It is very well possible that the pebbles, the cailloux that we mentioned, are not relevant for our appreciation. Maybe we know about it, but we do not find it important. It's possible that this combination of grapes is not even relevant. It's possible that we don't care about the papal history or the French context. The reasons why we like that particular wine might have something to do with memories, individual memories, group memories. It could be a visit we pay to the region. It could be a tasting experience over there. It could be an association with the landscape as we perceived it, and it could be other things. Nevertheless, with all this unpredictability, it is still possible to manage the interpretation of the place and the interpretation of the product to a certain extent. That managing has to come from both the winemaker, in this example, and the local community. And it entails several things, this managing of interpretations. In our view, it entails a critical assessment of the images and the narratives of place and of product and quality that we're dealing with. It also entails, secondly, ascertaining the multitude or multiplicity of indexical connections that are at play. Which forms of indexicality, in which narratives are we dealing with? Third, this management entails a selectivity and a framing of those links. Which links do we want to emphasize for ourselves and in the branding of our place and our product? Which links in which stories? Which material connections, forms of indexicality, do we want to emphasize? As we know, not every story counts. We do not want to emphasize every story, and we do not want to emphasize every indexical connection in every story. It would make for terrible branding, that is one thing. It would not be persuasive. It would not really tap the potential of the place and the product to enrich each other. Knowledge. Knowledge plays a role in this whole story. All the processes that we discussed, the processes of interpretation and managing interpretation, rely on knowledge. They rely on infrastructures of knowledge, infrastructures of learning and of memory in the community that are essential. And we're talking here about learning and knowledge about the place and the product. Also about the relation between place and product. If the locals do not know about the place, the history, the product quality, the process, the ingredients, then it will disappear. It will be very hard to maintain both the knowledge and the product. It will be very difficult also to create a persuasive narrative about the link between the place and the product. Persuasive then for visitors, for customers, and persuasive that the product is real, that is really from there, that it makes a difference, that we have this product from this place, and that it is really good. Finally, trying to conclude our presentation, the question, the very common question, the routine question, do we have a recipe for local economic development, for rural development, based on craft, based on local products, based on traditional foods? Well, I'm sorry to say, but it does not exist. simple recipes for success in economic development do not exist in general, otherwise everybody would be rich. But we do believe that much more is possible than usually considered. Much more is possible with local crafts, local other products, local foods, traditional foods, in enabling, in triggering local economic development. I would like to emphasize one last time that craft does not stand in the way of innovation. I would also like to emphasize one last time that place and product branding can reinforce each other, can enable each other, but it will take effort. And that effort will not just be from entrepreneurs or experts working for governments, but it will have to be a local collective effort in governance. It is in local governance that we have to discern which features of the place, of the food, of the products can really contribute to local economic development that is truly place-based. And the question of framing and selectivity comes up over and over again. It is a question that cannot be answered just once and for all. The question, which narratives deserve retelling, maybe reshaping, and which place connections deserve emphasizing and maybe reinforcing. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Christoph. Next time we see in Krakow or in Alberta, and also we will send you certification by post. Okay, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's my turn now. The next presentations today comes from the research group of Professor Cedomir Radovic, the head of the Institute of Animal Husbandry in Belgrade, Serbia. And the speaker for the presentation is Professor Vladimir Živković, who is the well-known specialist in Serbian native breeds, especially in context of pigs breeding, including pig nutrition, feed additives, pigs behavior. Unfortunately, Professor Živković cannot come to Poland, but I hope we have the connection with Belgrade now. Could you hear us, Vladimir?
It's okay.
Yes, I can see you. So, good morning, and if you are ready, the stage is yours. Yes, we got you. Yes, there is something wrong with the voice. Nothing happens. We have to wait for a moment.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, it's perfect. So the stage is yours.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends and colleagues. I first would like to thank Professor Lukashenko for the introduction. Also to thank Professor Tjernik and the member of his organizing committee for the outstanding job of organizing this conference. And sadly, I couldn't be there with you due to travel restrictions, of course. Now let's start with the presentation. Okay, the name of the paper is Native Breeds of Animals and Their Products as Serbia Heritage. Let's talk about and remind ourselves a bit of history of Serbian agriculture. In the period around 5000 BC, the most number of settlements were in the mid-Danube area. In that period of development of the human community, the basic economic branch was agriculture, livestock breeding. Until then, and during the time of Stefan Nemanjić, and after that, agriculture or livestock breeding developed and continued to develop through the centuries. The use of plug for tillage began in the 14th century, and since then, the development of farming and livestock production has accelerated. According to the data for the period of 1827 to 1835, Serbia was a large exporter of pigs, 70,000 to 225,000 animals, and over 10,000 oxen. In order to increase the number of exported pigs, the export of soy and gilts, as well as pigs below 125 kg body weight, was prohibited. According to the archival data in 1859, 90% of population in Serbia were engaged in agriculture, over 5% were craftsmen, 1.5% traders, and 3% remaining occupations. After World War II, the development of an increase in the number of domestic animals began for some species of domestic animals, while a ban on breeding was introduced for one species. Goats were considered very harmful to the forest areas, so the disputed law was passed in 1948 in the Federal People's Republic of Yugoslavia and remained in force for a little over a decade. The People's Republic of Macedonia and Bosnia and Herzegovina began to apply this law immediately after its adoption at the federal level, while the Croatia and Serbia passed the law in 1954. Therefore, in Serbia, for the period from 1954 to 1959, we do not have official data on the number of goats. During the second half of the last century, an intensified farm system was introduced in Serbia on social farms and in cooperatives, which led to the limitation of the number of species and breeds. This restriction has its roots in the 19th century, when the idea of necessity of obtaining the most productive breeds of domestic animals spread in the public and among the experts. The concept of quantity has also been accepted by the state authorities, which initiated the selection and import of foreign breeds in order to obtain highly productive heads of cattle, pigs, sheep, and various types of poultry. Over here we can see the first table. It sums up the number of livestock in the last 50 years in Serbia. There is a trend of decreasing number for all species, but especially for cattle and sheep. And their number, as we can see, is more than 3 times less than it used to be to 40 and 50 years ago. You see that in 1975 we have near 3 million heads of cattle, and today we have less than 1 million, unfortunately. Over here in the table 2, we have meat production for the same period. We can see that meat production decreased significantly, while for example, poultry is a bit on the rise. Pork and mutton meat production stayed pretty much the same. And also, if you can see, if the number of animals dropped over the 50 years, for example, pork and mutton, you can see that it's pretty much consistent. We can thank you that to the introduction more productive breeds. Next table, we have the milk production for the same period. We can see that milk total today not so much differs than the one in 1975. We can contribute that to the change of breeding composition, as I said before, and for example, introducing more productive breeds like Simmental and Holstein breed, which we can also confirm in the next row, the parameter milk per cow. We can see that today is almost 3 times more milk per cow than in 40 or 50 years ago. Over here we have dairy products. In the last 5 years, we can see the most important parameters for exactly for our country. For example, we have milk for consumption, sour cream, fermented dairy products, concentrated milk, butter and other yellow fat dairy products, and cheese. You can see it's pretty much consistent in the last 5 years. Maybe the sour cream is on a bit on the rise. Okay, now let's talk about the main topic of this paper, native species and breeds of domestic animals. In the 21st century, more and more work is being done on the development of sustainable, ecological, and organic animal husbandry, and the new concept of quality that replaces a long-ruling concept of quantity. Since the year 2000, much work has been done to increase public awareness of the importance of preserving old and less productive species of domestic animals, and to popularize the breeding and production of traditional products. Biodiversity conservation has been recognized worldwide through the signing of 1992 Convention of Biological Diversity. It was joined by Serbia, which houses some of the most important centers in Europe. In Serbia, currently there are two main breeders' organizations, Agricultural University in Novi Sad and Institute for Animal Husbandry in Belgrade, which I'm part of it, which acts as central breeders' organization. One of the aims of this organization is conservation of native animals and their implementation in modern agricultural life in Serbia. For the past 10 years, we have been working so hard so we can preserve some native species in our region that were on the edge of extinction. Unfortunately, some of those species are long gone. But thankfully, our Serbian Ministry of Agriculture have found a way to stimulate breeders in form of some sort of money for endangered species. Well, it's not the long-term solution, but it's working so far. We'll see what the future will hold. Over here, we have the next table. We have all native breeds, their population size, and number of breeders. So, for example, in the cattle department, we have Busha and Podol cattle. We also have domestic buffalo, domestic mountain horse, and nonius. We also have Balkan donkey. We have 3 breeds of pigs, Mangalica, Moravka, and Resavka. Quite a few breeds of sheep, Bardoka, Walakian sheep, Karakachan, Krivover, and Lipe sheep, Pirot sheep, and Chokan Cigaya sheep. There are 2 breeds of goats, Balkan goat, domestic white goat, and 3 breeds of poultry, Banat naked neck, Svrljig hen, and Sombor hen. For the present table, we can see that some breeds reach some kind of population stability, while others are highly endangered. For example, Nonius horse, only 92 animals, Resavka pig with only 62, and Svrljig hen, for example, with 100 individuals, and which is more important, only 1 breeder in the whole country. Here in the next table, we have number of heads by species and breeds of domestic animals for the period of last 5 years. As Central Breeders Organization, we have managed, as I said, to reach some stability for some species. Even for those highly endangered, we managed to do some kind of, I can say, fragile stability, because their number is low, but their number is not decreasing currently, of course. And for some species, we have managed to increase their numbers 2, 3, 4, and even more times in the past 5 years. For example, for Busha cattle, for domestic buffalo, for domestic mountain horse, for Mangalica and Moravka pigs, for Krivover and Lipe sheep, and for Banat naked neck poultry. You can see the results in the table. Over here are pictures or some of those species and breeds. You see in the top left corner is Balkan donkey. Next to that is domestic mountain horse. Over here on the down left corner is Sombor hen. You can see quite a nice phenotype, very interesting. And on the bottom right corner is the most famous one, it's Mangalica pig. Next slide, we also have some more of them. On the top left is Lipe sheep, underneath is Busha cattle, and on the right is the male of Balkan goat. Besides all those species and breeds that are important for Serbian husbandry, there are also 5 native breeds of dogs and 5 breeds of pigeon recorded in our Kinological Society. Serbian hound was one of them. They also have a Serbian shepherd, sharp liner shepherd, Serbia yellow hound, and Serbia tricolor hound. From those pictures, you can see that we are the country of sheep guarding and, for example, hunting. On the next presentation, we have the 5 breeds of pigeons: Vršac roller, Bačka roller, Niš low flyer, Serbian high flyer, and the most catchy one named Sombor blue-hearted flyer. He got his name because the pigmentation is in the shape of the heart. Let's talk about traditional dairy products. Recently, the processing of livestock products has been increasingly focused on the production of traditional products. So we can talk about dairy cattle products. A specific dairy product called kajmak, which is most famous for our country, is obtained by fermentation of milk fat extracted during the cooking of raw milk. Today, it's still most often produced in the traditional way in the dairy industry and rural households. Cheese production also is one of the oldest ways of preserving milk. Young or fresh cheese and mature cheese are produced in our country. The division of cheeses can be done accordingly to the type of milk from which they are produced, according to the content of milk fat in the dry matter and consistency, structure of cheese dough, etc. According to the content of milk fat, cheeses are divided into extra fat, fully fat, semi-fat, low fat, and lean cheeses containing less than 10% of milk fat. On the other hand, in the terms of maturity, they are young cheeses or mature cheeses or old cheeses. They are old when they are over 3 months of maturity. They can be kept for a long time in a state of unchanged quality. They can be produced for long-term maturation and storage. According to the consistency structure of the cheese dough, the amount of water and method of production, the cheeses can be hard, extra hard, semi-hard, semi-soft, and French cheeses. Fresh cheeses and cheese spread. In the recent years, the production of sheep and goat cheeses has increased quite dramatically, I must say. Or here are some of the picture of our traditional dairy products. Top picture is the Miročki cheese. It is traditionally prepared like this with it's grilled. On the left side, we have 2 other types of cheeses. We have Sjenički and Homoljski cheese. We can see that Sjenički, even today, is still made in the traditional wooden bowl. And I can tell you that it tastes the best from that bowl. And on the last picture, we have what would the French probably call the crème de la crème. It's kajmak. It's our traditional product. I already said how it's made. It's unbelievably tasty. And if you ever stay in Serbia, I highly advise you to try it. You won't regret it. Okay, now let's shift our focus to the traditional meat products. The most common meat products are fermented sausages. In our area, well, we eat a lot of sausage, to be plainly said. Homemade kulen and srem sausage, for example, we have sujuk sausage, fermented dry sausage, peglana sausage, and petrovska sausage. We also have a long tradition of making ham. Ham is, by definition, is the product obtained from properly shaped pieces of meat of the first category, without bones, and on the surface it's clean of fatty and coarse connective tissues. In addition to the mentioned product, the production of dried ham has a tradition in our country, especially in the region of Vojvodina. Carcass parts used for ham production can be partially or completely covered with fatty tissues, and skin. That example is bujola. It's a specially selected piece of pork. It's a boneless pork neck, which is placed in a net after salting and thus dried. We also have traditional products of sheep production. They are called stela and pastrama. Stela is product obtained from the whole carcass of sheep without large bones, while pastrama contains all of the bones. Over here are pictures of some of them. In the top left corner is kulen. You can see it's quite massive for a sausage. On the right side, it's peglana sausage. Peglana means flattened. So you can see it looks like it's flattened. Underneath it is srem sausage. It's a little bit spicy, I must say. Underneath in the net is bujola. I already mentioned it. It's hanging. And on the last picture is the stela one. It's the sheep carcass without the bones. Okay, now shift subject a little bit further. Why are we conserving all these native breeds? Is it only for the cultural heritage, or is it to achieve something more? Well, there comes the term as sustainable agriculture. Sustainable agriculture has deemed to produce long-term crops and livestock while having minimal effect on the environment. Is it to find a good balance between the need for food production and ecological preservation? To achieve that transformation, the rural sector needs multi-sectoral coordinated action. We must not forget smallholders, farmers are not only the suppliers, but also the guardians of our national resources. And the private sector is the source of finance and biotechnology and market for farmers. So therefore, partnership is essential, but there is a lot of turbulent years, I think, ahead of us. Major issues today in Serbia, like it's in the rest of the Europe, is that younger generation are not interested so much in agriculture. Everyone today, I must say, it's not the nicest thing to say, but everyone today is in the IT sector, and everyone wants to be in the IT sector. No one wants to be with the animals. It's unfortunate for me to say this, but that's the truth. So somehow we must find a way to stimulate them to go back to the village and preserve our tradition, because without that preservance, legacy will be lost, and I don't know, hundreds of years of tradition will perish. When we see these beautiful pictures, we must remind ourselves, why are we doing this? The earth provides us with everything we need to grow food and live healthy lives in the form and together with our natural resources. These resources may be land, water, animal, and plants. We can't grow food without water and soil, and we will have a much harder time growing enough healthy and nutritious food if the water we have is polluted and the soil has been stripped of all the rich minerals that make it fertile. If we want to be able to continue to grow enough safe and nutritious food for everyone on the planet, we have to protect our natural resources. Protecting natural biodiversity should be the main subject to all people in the world. At the end, let's be responsible. We must think what we are leaving for the future generation. It's time we collectively come together to build a world fit for them to inherit it. Let's not be remembered as the generation that stood there and did nothing. thank you very much for your attention. I'm so sorry that I couldn't be there. Thanks, all the best for organizer and everyone. Best wishes to you all, and especially to my friends Vladislav and Lukasz Migdal. See you in Belgrade. Best regards.
Thank you very much, Vladimir. Thank you very much for your very interesting presentation. Organizers prepared some special certificate of participation for you, so it will be sent to you after the conference. And I hope we can also meet soon live, not only via Teams software. And in this section, there is one more presentation. The last speaker for this presentation is Professor Jerzy Zawistowski, who comes from Faculty of Land and Food Systems, University of British Columbia, Vancouver in Canada. And he's a specialist in natural health products based on plants, with a main focus on plant sterols and coronary heart disease. And also functional foods, nutraceuticals, as well as some food law and food regulation. Professor Zawistowski could not join us, so only send us the record of the presentation. And if the staff is ready, I think we can start this presentation, this last presentation in plenary session. Or we have to wait for a moment. Okay.
Good morning. I'd like to thank organizers for invitation and opportunity to give a talk in conference related to cultural heritage. My talk is gonna be on soluble dietary fiber, which is Beta-Glucan from oats and barley, and particularly with emphasis on health benefits in the risk reduction of coronary heart disease. Canada is the second largest producer of oats and sixth largest producer of barley in the world. Barley, which accounts for about 10.4 tons, and oats, 4.2 tons, are major crops, of course, after wheat and rapeseed, which are grown in Canada. And as a Canadian export, barley and value-added barley products alone have a return of over 2 billion Canadian dollars. That's according Agri-Food Agriculture Canada, which was published in 2020. Both barley and oat have been cultivated for ages and are dating around 5000 BC and 2000 BC respectively. But to Canada, this grain has been brought by European settlers. What is interesting to know that before 1910, Canada cultivated more oats than wheat to feed horses, because we had a lot of horses that time, but with the mechanization of agriculture, the area for seeded oats shrank significantly, and the number of horses dropped. And oats, it's also used till today for the animal feed, but there's a lot of application for actually creating food products, including breakfast meals. What is also wants to tell you that Canada produces more than twofold barley than oat. And the reason for this, that is a large amount is used to make malt for beverages by brewing industry, for beer production. We also producing whiskey as well, Canadian whiskey from rye. Anyway, there is a new application, however, for both cereals for human health benefits, Beta-Glucan, and that is the dietary soluble fiber. And it's more and more is used for the enrichment of food and created functional foods and beverages. And there is a reason for it, which I'm gonna talk about. Beta-Glucan It's present in oats and barley, in whole grains, on average around 4.5%. But in a bran, which is the major source of the beta-glucan, it's around 8 to 10%. So not surprisingly, that there are many methods of extraction of beta-glucan from bran, barley bran, oat bran, with quite good yield. As you can see on the slide, 50-76% for barley bran, 68 to 72% for oat bran. So what is beta-glucan? Beta-glucan is dietary soluble fiber, and basically it's a polysaccharide which is primarily composed of D-glucose, which is connected by beta-1,4 and beta-1,3 linkages. And that is necessary to understand that these linkages are not digestible in human small intestine, neither absorbable. So it's passing through into the large colon, a large intestine, where it's fermented by beneficial bacteria such as probiotics. So consequently, and because of the increased viscosity upon the ingestion, there is a certain functional benefits related to beta-glucan. And this includes modulation of blood glucose and lipids, particularly cholesterol reduction, which I'm going to show you later on, clinical studies and mechanism of action, also improve the colonic environment, weight management, as well as regulate immune response. Unfortunately, human dietary fiber consumption is relatively low and varies from region to region. In USA and Canada, we consume about 10 to 15 grams on average per day. And that is, due to limited intake of fruits, vegetables, and whole grain. This is below recommendation. Health Canada recommends consumption about 30 to 38 grams per day for men, 21 to 25 grams per day for women. And that is in line with WHO, which is World Health Organization. So my point, which I'm trying to make, is that when we can actually produce functional foods or functional beverages enriched with beta-glucan, this may be an attractive option to increase fiber consumption. And there is a reason for this, because coronary heart disease, which is associated with cholesterol increase, is actually leading death amongst people in North America and in Europe. Look at this number: 647,000 Americans die from heart disease each year. That is 1 in every 4 deaths, according to CDC, Center for Disease Control. Each year, 4 million Europeans die due to cardiovascular disease. CVD, which is cardiovascular disease, is like a broader term of this particular disease, including coronary heart disease, stroke, and some others. And this includes 1.1 million deaths due to coronary heart disease. According to WHO, CVD accounts for 44% of human deaths for all non-communicable diseases, and it's a leading disease amongst all non-communicable diseases. So point to make is the high cholesterol, particularly LDL cholesterol, which is low density lipoprotein, is one of the risk factors of CHD, coronary heart disease. So the question is, if you could lower your level of cholesterol, would you be healthier? And in order to answer, you have to look at the epidemiological studies. One of it, I'm presenting this on the slide, that's the Framingham Heart study, conducted on over 361,000 men during 6 years. And this studies actually correlate death of rate due to the CHD and the level of blood cholesterol. You can see that when the level of cholesterol goes up, that is dramatically increase the risk of death. And also I want to emphasize that the range between 200 to 240, 250 total cholesterol milligrams per deciliter, it's still good range where we can do dietary intervention and lower this cholesterol. This would include some functional beverages or functional foods with beta-glucan. So again, I want to emphasize the fact that high plasma cholesterol is a major risk factor for coronary heart disease. And it estimates to cause 18% of global cerebrovascular diseases and 56% of global ischemic heart disease. And this is confirmed by many epidemiological studies. One of it shown here on a slide. If we analyze all of the epidemiological studies, what they suggest that 10% reduction in total cholesterol in human blood will result in 30% reduction in the incidence of CHD death. So this is remarkable, okay? This is actually what we could do in order to consume, in order to make this reduction by consuming proper food with dietary fiber. The measure of preventable CHD deaths occur in people with serum cholesterol between 200 to 250 milligrams per deciliter. I already pointed out this on the previous slides. However, it is also estimated that consumption of food, this kind of food, which lowers blood cholesterol, may save between $38 million to $2.45 billion, okay? And obviously, it's very difficult to put these numbers on human suffering, human deaths, but there is also economical aspect of this. This is the saving of healthcare, hospitalization, and this kind of things. Which brings me to clinical studies. There are many clinical studies done on the beta-glucan as a reducer of coronary heart disease risk. I want to show you just the recent one. That is the one which I'm showing this on the slide. This is the review of 6 meta-analyses, 49 interventional clinical trials, all conducted on the hyper and normal cholesterolemic and diabetics subjects. People in these studies consumed between 2 to 5 grams of oat beta-glucan per day, and studies show significant reduction of total and LDL cholesterol in a range of 2 to 11% and 4 to 12% respectively. The same applies to beta-glucan from barley, which consumption of around 3 to 5 grams of beta-glucan in ready-to-eat cereals and beverages by hypercholesterolemic subject for 6 weeks significantly reduced blood cholesterol. This is brand new studies published months ago in 2021, and sponsored by Pepsi Cola. This is a randomized, double-blinded, placebo-controlled parallel clinical study which was conducted on 96 normal cholesterolemic subjects. They've been consuming a drink with 1 gram of high molecular weight oat beta-glucan 3 times a day, so for the total of 3 grams per day for 4 weeks. And after 4 weeks, blood LDL cholesterol was statistically significantly lower, about 6%, which in translation, because they did some assessment, they indicated that CVD risk was reduced by 8%. That's done on the risk assessment using, Framingham cardiovascular diseases formula. So how it works? What is the mechanism behind lowering cholesterol and risk reduction of coronary heart disease? There is a number of possible mechanisms. I just want to show you one, which is probably the most critical, the most important one. We actually consume cholesterol with food. We talk about the dietary cholesterol. We consume this with dairy products. We consume this with meat. On average, we consume about 200 to 400 milligrams per day. But there is another source of cholesterol, which is synthetic or biliary cholesterol produced by liver. And liver can synthesize cholesterol, produce cholesterol up to 1 gram. And this cholesterol goes back to the small intestine and then recycle into the blood. So both cholesterols, before they enter the blood, they have to make mixed micelle. And in order to do that, they have to be emulsified. And for this, they need biles, acid biles, bile acids, or bile salts. So after this emulsification, mixed micelle is created, and then it's entering, bloodstream. The first stop is chylomicron, and then go through the different phases, and so on. What happened, however, that if we consume dietary soluble fiber, because of this viscosity, it's creating, very viscous network, which actually capture the biles, complex the biles, and remove biles from system, so with feces. So results of this, biles level dropped, and what you have to know also that cholesterol is used to make bile. So the liver takes cholesterol from the blood and producing more biles. So this is how the dietary soluble fiber works. This is how beta-glucan works. Okay. So what happened that the level of cholesterol in blood drops significantly. And this has been actually shown on many human clinical studies, including those which I showed you before. So, based on the mechanism of action, based on the clinical studies, many regulatory jurisdiction approve health claims, which you can use on a food product. That consumption of at least 3 grams of oats or barley beta-glucan per day significantly lower the risk of heart disease. That is the actually health claim which is approved in the USA, Canada, European Union, Australia, some Asian countries, some South American countries, and so on. Below, I just presented an example what is used in the USA, that soluble fiber from foods such as beta-glucan from breakfast cereals as a part of a diet low in saturated fat and cholesterol, very important statement, may reduce the risk of heart disease. And then they stipulate what is eligible, barley, oat, or combination. And at least you have to have in food product 0.75 grams of soluble fiber per reference amount. Here I want to show you some example of functional foods which is already existing on a market and they containing beta-glucan. Of course, the classic one is the breakfast cereals by Cheerios. You can see the health claim, Cheerios can reduce your cholesterol as a part of heart healthy diet and so on. Here's some powder, the Nutrium, which is actually from oat. And this is another one, oat fiber, which actually this powder you can actually use when you make food in your kitchen or beverages, for example, smoothies, different types of shakes, or even if you start baking something. Here, it's an example of a dietary supplement, which contains beta-glucan. This is actually, about 3 years ago, I met the company in Warsaw, Poland, called Microstructure SP. And they actually introduced this on the market in the EU. and that is the, they have about, this product have about 30% of beta-glucan from malt. And here is the hair claim for those of you who may have a difficulties to read in Polish. I could translate this, that it says beta-glucan help to maintain healthy level of cholesterol in blood. Here's another one. This is actually huge selection of the beverages containing beta-glucan. This is a particular example of oat beverages. Growing industry. In 2019, believe it or not, oat beverage sale increased by 686% in the USA. And it is projected that the market size will be worth about $2.2 billion American dollars by 2026. This is huge growth. In fact, the growth is about 6.2% from 2020 to 2026. Which brings me to another point and introduction of the company from Vancouver. I'm in Vancouver. That is actually leading Vancouverian company related to producing and selling the healthy beverages. This is example of oat beverage. And 2020, which is last year, even though there is a pandemic, okay, functional food beverages for this particular company brought them about $72.2 million in revenue. Okay. And this is because the market drivers for this particular beverages, including actually oat beverages, are health benefits, lactose-free, which is in contrary to milk, low fat, again, you know, better than milk, and it's good for vegans and vegetarians. This will drive market. This is what provides, you know, options for people who are actually health conscious. So in conclusion, beta-glucan arrived from the culture heritage, such as oats and barley, and it may increase protection and competitiveness to cultivate and utilize these cereals. Consumption of beta-glucans, as I showed you before, is proven by a number of human clinical studies to lower blood total and LDL cholesterol. And consequently, in translation, this leads to reduction of the risk for the coronary heart disease. Therefore, beta-glucan, in my opinion, is a value-added ingredient that is widely utilized for the formulation of functional foods, beverages, and dietary supplements. Thank you so much.
So I would like to thank Professor Zawistowski for the presentation. And as far as I remember, this is the last presentation in the plenary section. So thank you very much for your attention, and we would like to invite everyone for lunch. So enjoy the meal.
And after lunch, we start at 2 p.m. So invite to lunch. Hello. Welcome you after lunch. I hope it was good time also for discussion. So, and now we start thematic session about heritage and cultural landscape. At the beginning of this session, I would like to invite Professor Barbara Prus from my university, please. Barbara will present a presentation about the catalog of cultural landscape. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I said some words about catalog and now more about it. The cultural heritage of Małopolska is well known and acknowledged, and it is a strong expression of regional awareness. This includes well-preserved but also disappearing traditions, rituals, costumes, traditional forms of farming, as well as traditional architecture and construction. Nowadays, we observe alarming negative processes of losing of cultural goods and elements of cultural heritage. This concerns both cities and villages, where the values of rural and mountain landscape or folklore, as well as traditional and local products, are limited. The aim of the Cultural Heritage Catalog of Małopolska is to collect good practices of appreciating the potential of this heritage. For the purpose of the catalog, the cultural heritage is presented in material, non-material, and natural terms. The final shape of the catalog was affected by the pandemic, which limited or even prevented international academic exchange, including scientific seminars and research trips. The catalog is divided into three main parts. Part 1, research on the potential of cultural heritage. Part 2, the potential of the cultural heritage in small homelands. And Part 3, cultural heritage in the eyes of the young generation. There are two versions of the catalog. I'm telling about now the Polish version. The first part is entirely devoted to scientific research on potential of cultural heritage. This is the place for works that provide an opportunity to look at the cultural heritage from a scientific point of view. In this part, there are 20 reviewed articles which present diversity and richness of tangible, intangible, and natural elements of cultural heritage. Part 1 opens with a chapter entitled Heritage for Heritage and Identity of the Region, which builds a classic heritage narrative for the following chapters. This part ends with a chapter entitled Modern Methods of Cultural Heritage Preservation within the Framework of Comprehensive Rural Management, which presents the cultural heritage of rural areas. The second part of the catalog presents good practices of recognizing the potential of cultural heritage in selected communes of Małopolska and includes descriptions of cultural heritage elements prepared by selected local government units. This part of the catalog is the result of the cooperation established with 50 communes of Małopolska, which expressed their interest in it. Each commune wishing to contribute to the catalog and at the same time preserve and promote its cultural heritage filled in a questionnaire form and prepared a description and photographic documentation of the cultural heritage elements. These descriptions are very diverse and they show the cultural heritage of communes of Małopolska. In the third part, representatives of the young generation presented their view of the cultural heritage. In this part, there were competition works in the framework of the event Unknown Cultural Heritage of Małopolska, but also design concepts of cultural roads made by students of special management at the University of Agriculture. And now the English version of the catalogue. The catalogue of the cultural heritage of Małopolska, with the title From Past to Modern Regional Development in an International Context, is available at our website, the website of the project, and it is possible to download it. It's e-book. The catalogue is divided into two parts. The first one is entirely devoted to scientific research on the cultural potential of cultural heritage. This part contains 4 reviewed chapters that provide a diversity and richness of cultural heritage of Małopolska as well as of neighbor regions. The second part presents good practices of use of the cultural heritage potential in selected municipalities of Małopolska. The catalogue presents also selected elements on an international basis, showing its beauty resulting from ethnic, cultural, and natural diversity. The cultural heritage of Małopolska consists not only of man-made objects, but also places and people who create unique local communities devoted to their municipalities. The catalogue showed a great commitment of local government units which make a lot of effort to preserve and promote cultural heritage resources, often involving large financial outlays, but above all requiring a lot of knowledge, respect, and sensitivity to historical memory. Małopolska couldn't develop in such a dynamic way in isolation from its neighbors and without mutual cooperation with friendly regions. The cooperation between researchers from Poland, Italy, Slovakia, Czechia, effected in an exchange of knowledge and experience, as well as shared inspiration and ideas, which resulted in the field of cultural heritage of small homelands. We cordially invite you to read the catalogue, to download it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Barbara, for your great presentation. And this also for your certification, please.
Thank
and
you.
Welcome to this table. Welcome. So now we'll try connecting with Oklahoma. Mr. Grzegorz, if you could open new slide and also we connect with Oklahoma. Hello to colleagues from Oklahoma, Professor Edward Sankowski and Professor Betty Harris. Our colleagues from Oklahoma will present presentation about intercases of cultural heritage and land-centered environments. So, welcome and please present your presentation. Panie Grzegorzu, jeszcze prosimy o przerzucenie na... O, jest. Dziękujemy. Jeszcze prosimy o głos.
Czy jeszcze nie?
Już można, jesteście na linii. Cześć Oklahoma.
The title of this presentation is Intricacies of Cultural Heritage and Land-Centered Environments. The primary author is Professor Betty J. Harris. The secondary author is Professor Edward Sankowski. The presentation or paper has two components. First, we have some more theoretical remarks with an overview, rather abstract, of the framework we use. This can be studied in the text. While empirical in a general sense, the overview mainly sets the stage, while the second component is a much more concretely empirical discussion. Second, we offer a discussion of selected, much more concrete issues about cultural heritage and land-centered environments in South Africa. The concept of cultural heritage is itself potentially quite complex. That is, in part to say that the many languages in which culture or heritage are referred to are quite varied, depending on disciplines and social contexts.
South Africans approached the first all-race elections in 1994 with great optimism. A new constitution had been formulated, giving non-white or previously disadvantaged people opportunities for access to land, education, and livelihoods, representing a restoration of their rights as South African citizens. Global neoliberal economic policies, however, hampered efforts to make farmland available to Black South Africans interested in working in the agricultural sector. At that time, most of the farm workers in the newly created Western Cape province were members of groups classified as colored or mixed race, many having Khoisan, European, and Asian ancestry. And this was the site, Cape Town, the capital of the province, was the site of the Dutch East India Company's refreshment station, established in 1652 to provision ships traveling from Europe to Asia. Wine and wheat cultigens were introduced in the second half of the 17th century and have been the focus of a longitudinal project that I have been conducting. However, I'm going to focus more on wine than wheat in this paper. And wine production has in recent years had a rapid ascendancy, while wheat production has declined. And I should mention the mining industry in South Africa has also declined during this period. Since 1997, the number of wine estates listed in Platter's South African Wine Guide has increased, at least between the period 1997 and 2013, sevenfold, from 96 wineries to 689 wineries. In the Western Cape province at the time, white South Africans constituted 25% of the population, but owned 75% of the land. To redress this inequity and others throughout the country, the South African government set up mechanisms for land restitution and redistribution to create opportunities for the development of Black smallholder farms. However, most land was to be sold through a willing buyer, willing seller arrangement. The process of land redistribution, which is market assisted, has proceeded slowly, prompting increased violence in some areas in farming in some areas of South Africa. Okay, I'll move. I have two case studies here from my research, in my longitudinal research, and these are farms that were started by white South African commercial farmers who saw that there wasn't a strong mechanism for redistributing land to their workers. One of the case studies is New Beginnings at Nelson's Creek. The first study. The second study is the Somes Delta estate near Franschhoek. So the New Beginnings project was the first entrepreneurial enterprise for Black farm workers on a wine estate in South Africa, and it was initiated in 1997 by attorney Alan Nelson, who offered 16 farm workers several hectares of land on which to cultivate vineyards. After the farm workers assisted him in winning 2 awards for the vineyard. And the South African government assisted in the process. They didn't have a cookie cutter plan for such ventures during that period, but they agreed to purchase additional red grape cultivars for the farm. New Beginnings experienced quite a bit of success during Nelson Mandela's presidency, having in 1998 received a contract from the South African supermarket chain Pick n Pay, and the farmers experienced some periods of economic prosperity subsequently, and had a higher, developed a higher standard of living. However, in a very competitive industry, the new farmers experienced problems with marketing their wine internationally. By the mid-2000s, some of the original farmers had died, and their children did not want to continue in their parents' footsteps, and those who remained wanted to sell the farm. Due to the original charter for New Beginnings, the farm would have to be sold to another Black empowerment group. And finally, after many negotiations, they are selling New Beginnings to another organization. Okay, in case study 2, Somes Delta, a psychology professor, Mark Somes, returned from Britain to establish the Somes Delta wine estate in 2001. And as often happens in South Africa, when someone buys a wine estate, the farm workers from the previous estate owner also continue to work on the farm. Somes, in returning to South Africa, wanted to contribute to the transformation of the new South Africa and embarked on an empowerment project in which he organized research on the history of the farm, the genealogy of the workers, and did the excavation of artifacts, resulting in the establishment of 2 museums, and also formed a choir composed of farm workers who regularly did performances on weekends. In 2007, in collaboration with a British philanthropist named Richard Astor, who was the owner of a neighboring wine estate, the 2 mortgaged their farms to buy another farm in the area, Delta Mere Farm. Delta Mere Farm was to be managed by the Veen de Cobb Trust, in which 180 farm workers became shareholders for 33% of the profit from the operation of the 3 farms. Somes built new houses with indoor plumbing, piped water, and satellite TV for all workers. In addition, the Veen de Cobb Trust provided health care, funding for secondary and tertiary education, adult education, and recreational facilities. Despite the project's visibility in the Western Cape and from tourists visiting from throughout the world, Mark Somes filed for the liquidation of the estate in 2018, in part due to poor wine sales and the government withholding of promised funding to buy Delta Mere Farm for the farm workers. So that farm is under informal liquidation by the South African government, but the courts haven't really given instructions for liquidating the farm. So that is quite a problem.
In conclusion, we have a number of questions and general points. Questions: how will the South African government respond to increasingly strident calls for land reform by different segments of the previously disadvantaged population? How will sustainable development goals articulated in the South African Constitution be employed in designing 21st century farms that will supply domestic, regional, and global markets while providing sustainable livelihoods? It will certainly require taking stock of farming strategies implemented in the past, hence cultural heritage, to develop a framework for a sustainable, equitable, and diversified South African agriculture. Since the beginning of Cyril Ramaphosa's presidency, there have been strident calls for land reform. The prospects for land reform seem to depend especially on the changing global, or at least multilateral, political economy, on the processes of specifically South African government and economic institutions, but also on the potential activism of the long land-deprived majority of the South African population. Any such activism, to be effective, will require organized and relatively spontaneous use of opportunities to go beyond smaller scale projects, such as New Beginnings or Soms Delta. That is not to overlook the importance of modest-sized experiments that may sustainably persist beyond being of temporary interest. Particularly important in the overall context are the words of the South African Constitution. One clause of the relevant part of the Constitution calls for secure, ecologically sustainable development and use of natural resources. Among the norms and values that are empirically plausible to designate as influential or plausible to affirm as normatively appropriate, the norms and values most obviously relevant to the South African wine industry include global norms of trade, values attributed to sustainable development in various formulations, the South African Constitution of 1996, South African politics, and evolving attitudes in the population of South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we will send certification for you. And see you next time in Krakow. Bye-bye.
And now I would like to invite Professor Bogdan Czerkes from Lviv Polytechnic National University, Ukraine. Thank you to be with us, to present us the pattern of transformation of rural areas in the development of urban structures. Please, Professor.
Dear Professor Hernik, dear Professor Bruce, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I want to thank you for the invitation to this conference. I'm really very glad to be here again in this beautiful city and at this wonderful university. The topic of my lecture is the pattern of transformation of rural areas in the development of urban structures. Cities and urban structures could grow thanks to the intensive development of agriculture and the so-called agricultural revolution. Historical cities have therefore always had a close relationship with agrarian areas and agrarian components of the internal structure of the cities. The classification of the primary types of such urbanized agricultural areas and the investigation of the quantitative and qualitative dynamics of their growth based on cartographic sources resulted in the notion of the Territorial Settlement Pyramid, TSP. Together with a proposed method for building it, the TSP can be used to identify stages of the territorial development of cities and the relationship between the urban and agricultural structures. The beginning of the practice of regular representation for European cities in iconographic and cartographic sources dates back to the 16th century. This period saw the publication of the world-famous Cosmographia by a Swiss humanist, Sebastian Münster, in 1545, containing description of cities and the Atlas of Cities of the World, Civitatis Orbis Terrarum. We see it here in 6 volumes by Georg Braun and Franz Hogenberg in Cologne in 1572 to 1612. The cartographic methods for producing city maps were improved at the end of the 17th century. Therefore, humanity gained numerous perfectly made, reliable, and clear maps in the 18th and 19th century. An analysis of individual maps yield detailed quantitative characteristic of agricultural areas in the urban spatial structure in the investigated time frame. The in-depth analysis involved 103 maps. Analysis of maps of 17th to 19th century cities revealed that their characteristic feature is their cyclic development. Each stage of the cycle, beginning, homeostasis, and has its dynamics between the city and agricultural areas. At first, the agricultural space dominates the urbanized space. During homeostasis, the structure of agricultural and urbanized areas is balanced by large areas of housing developments with backyards. At the final stage of the cycle, developments displace agriculture so that gardens and holiday cabins of city residents are located outside the administrative boundaries of the city. Then a next similar cycle begins. In the effort to determine quantitative characteristic of the agricultural component of the urban space, the authors attempt to encompass the broadest possible geographical extent of European cities. Their research focuses on the most developed cities on the continent, as they are the best urban cultural models in their respective countries and of their respective period. The investigated cities, including Florence and Milan, Rome, Berlin, Paris, St. Petersburg, and Vienna. The analyzed maps of these cities were produced mostly in the 18th and the first half of the 19th century. The analyzed sources belong, therefore, to the period of active development of the capitalist system. The study shows that all these cities had the agricultural component regardless of their geographical location or social, economic, or national difference. The largest percentage of agricultural areas was identified within the boundaries of Berlin, 55% of the total area of the city, and Rome, 52%. Florence also demonstrated a high share of agricultural areas, 45%. In none of the cities did the agricultural component occupy less than 30% of the surface area. Even in the new capital of the Russian Empire, St. Petersburg, where the latest urban planning ideas of the time were deployed, the share of agricultural areas was 32.4%. The present historical analysis produced several basic types of urban interrelation between the residential development and areas farmed by residents of the cities. This suggests that the agricultural component is interrelated with all four basic types of residential development. In the manor housing structure, lower level, it takes the form of a backyard of 600 to 1,200 square meters. In the terraced housing structure, the surface of the plot is reduced to 100 to 600 square meters. In the low multi-story development structure, 3 to 5 stories, the plot surface is much smaller, from 10 to 100 square meters. Already, for this type of development, some residents seek to compensate for the lack of the agricultural areas outside of their development. In the case of the three types of development, the home and plot are within the same territorial unit. But for the fourth type, with high multi-story buildings or dense mid-rise buildings, the agricultural component is excluded from the structure. It is located outside of its boundaries, which leads to allotment garden complexes. This way, the relationship between residential building and garden plots owned by residents of cities exists on two territorial and urban levels. First one, within one territorial unit. Second, when the territorial gap is created and the agricultural and urbanized components are separated. In both cases, farming activities by residents of cities should be considered an important factor shaping the environment of not only the historical but also modern cities. Human settlements as the source and entry point for further development exist in specific surroundings. In their attempt to tame them, people face not an abstract space, but a tangible landscape which often sets its own rules and principles. In most cases, it is either natural areas or agricultural land used by farmers. People come across both types of open space when creating their settlements. The development of any settlement is related to the natural or agricultural component of the landscape. This way, the general structure of the area of each settlement can be divided into two major groups: the area related to the agricultural component and the area without the agricultural component. Classified according to the development intensity, the areas produce four levels of development. First, green areas. Second, manor housing areas. 3, low-rise development districts. 4, compact development districts. This division stems from the natural, historical human activities regarding the organization of the lifestyle and people's surroundings. It reflects the evolution of the activity from the exceptional dominance of the manor housing development in farming settlement to the multidimensional method of space formation found in cities. The series was based on historical analysis of the developmental stages of the residential environment as the primary form of the architectural transformation of open spaces in settlements. One of the main properties of the proposed hierarchy of urban areas focusing on the level of urbanization is the fact that its upper levels cannot be reduced to the lower levels. At the same time, the upper levels of development grow at the expense of the ones below them. Single-family housing takes place of the agricultural land, multi-story, multi-family residential buildings replace single-family house, etc. Another essential property of the urban area hierarchy is the binary nature of the basic types of territorial development. In other words, the simultaneous development in the park and landscape system and agricultural landscapes. For instance, at the level of open agricultural spaces, farmland and gardens in the agricultural frame of reference correspondent to parks and green squares, in the park and landscapes frame of reference. At the level of single-family housing, single-family houses with agricultural plots correspond to houses with plots of decorative plants in the form of palaces, mansions, or park villas. The same trends can be identified for low-rise terraced housing. The study resulted in the development of the Territorial Settlement Pyramid, TSP. Its primary goal is to comprehensively determine the urban environment based on identified properties of the urban area hierarchy of coexisting agricultural and park components, depending on the degree of development and the binarity of the dualism. By putting the sizes of urban areas with the agricultural component on the left-hand side of the zero vertical line and representing sizes of areas without the component right to the line, a specific outline is created that is the territorial settlement pyramid. The sizes of areas used in the pyramid are expressed as the percentage of the total area of the city, which is 100%. The outlines of pyramids reflects a whole array of social, economic, and ecological urban processes. The present study analyzed selected historical cities at their various stages of development using the territorial settlement pyramid method. Data regarding surface areas were obtained from city maps produced in the 18th and early 20th century. The following cities were investigated: Rome, we see here the territorial pyramid of Rome and Vienna, and Krakow. The primary objective was to determine the nature of the change in the territorial settlement pyramid in time. Conclusions. The study has demonstrated that the agricultural component has always occupied the fundamental role in the lives of residents and shaping of the urban structure, not only in the antiquity and Middle Ages, but also in the time capitalist cities were born and grow. Modern cities exhibit similar development trends. The introduction and application of the territorial settlement pyramid facilitated the identification of the stages of territorial development of cities. They demonstrated that an end of a stage of the urban evolution cycle within certain territorial boundaries and the maximum urbanization of the areas within are always ecologically balanced by a zone where new open space is created outside of the city. When this happens, the administrative boundaries of the city are bound to change, starting a new developmental cycle. At the same time, the area of the agricultural component in the urban landscape usually does not fall below 25% of the total area of the city. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you, Professor, for your history about the cities. I've got here the certificate participation for you.
And now let's go to the fourth presentation, Cultural Landscape and Biodiversity Conservation, and we invite Dr. Antonio Santoro from Florence, University of Florence. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. And thank you to Professor Ernik and Professor Prus and to their colleagues for this invitation. My presentation will focus on the links between cultural landscapes and biodiversity and agrobiodiversity conservation. So in the last decades, rural areas all over the world undergone significant changes that can be basically summarized in two main trends. On one side, we have the abandonment of rural areas with the consequent reforestation, especially in Europe and especially in mountain areas where the agricultural activities are no more economically sustainable. On the other side, we have the intensification of the agricultural activities, especially in the plains, with the spread of monocultures and the increase in the use of chemicals and fossil fuels and so on. So both these trends are negative for what concerns biodiversity and agrobiodiversity. In the recent years, we discovered that traditional agricultural activities can provide can be characterized by a multifunctional role and can provide multiple benefits for the environment and for the local communities, for what concerns the water regulation, food production, the sustainability of the agroecosystems, and the conservation of biodiversity. As stated in the Florence Declaration on the links between biological and cultural diversity, that was signed in 2014, the European landscape is a multifunctional landscape and is the result of historical and ongoing processes involving the environment, land uses, and cultural heritage. So the aim of this declaration, that is part of a joint program between UNESCO and CBD, is to emphasize the fact that traditional agroforestry practices can be fundamental for biodiversity, and that landscapes rich in terms of cultural biodiversity are often those related to small-scale agriculture and to traditional practices. Another crucial concept is the one of agrobiodiversity, that is the result of the interaction between the environment, the genetic resources, and the management systems and practices. And in fact, human agricultural activities through the centuries have selected different species and varieties according to the local community's needs and also to the local environmental conditions. So according to the FAO, the agrobiodiversity is the variety and variability of animals, plants, and microorganisms that are used directly or indirectly for food and fodder, fiber, fuel, and pharmaceuticals. And agrobiodiversity includes crop, livestock, forestry, and fisheries. But agrobiodiversity according to the FAO, is crucial for the future of our rural areas, not only as an heritage, because it can contribute to increase the productivity, the food security, and the income opportunities for the farmers. It can help in making the farming systems more stable, resilient, and sustainable, contributing to pest and disease management, and also to the conservation of soil and soil fertility. And finally, it can reduce the dependency on external inputs such as fossil fuels and chemical fertilizers and pesticides. In addition, as we learned this morning, agrobiodiversity is one of the 5 criteria of the global important agricultural heritage system of the FAO, that is the main world program dedicated to the conservation of agricultural heritage systems. So now I would like to present some examples from different countries, different agroecosystems, about the importance of cultural landscapes for the conservation of agrobiodiversity and biodiversity. The first example comes from a research that we conducted together with the Regional Center for Agricultural Research in the Oasis, in 3 mountain oases in Tunisia, near the border with Algeria. Here the system is characterized by 3 different traditional oases. Traditional oases are complex agroecosystems that are based on a 3-layer structure. So we have the first layer, the upper one, that is made by palm trees. The second one that is used to cultivate mainly fruit trees, and the lower one that is used to cultivate fodder and vegetables. So the interesting result is that despite the small surface, because the overall surface of the 3 mountain oases is less than 200 hectares, we identified 20 different varieties of date palms, 21 different species of fruit trees, and some of them including different varieties, 21 vegetable species, and 2 fodder crops. In addition, the different date palm varieties do not ripen in the same period, but are characterized by a scalarity of date production that is fundamental for the food security of the local communities, for the incomes of the farmers, and also for the resilience of the system towards changes and diseases such due to the presence of different genotypes. Fodder is also important since animal husbandry is well integrated into the system, since sheep and goats provide manure for the cultivation and represent also the main source of proteins for the local communities. Finally, in these 3 mountain oases, the frequency of the Chateauneuf variety, which is the main commercial variety of date palms in Tunisia, is limited to the 43.9%, differently from the rest of the region or from the rest of the country, since in Tunisia the 60% of date palms belong to this variety. So this testifies the importance of traditional practices and of cultural landscapes for the preservation of agrobiodiversity. But biodiversity is also linked to specific forest environment. For example, to cultural forests such as chestnut orchards. Here we have an example from chestnut orchards that is a traditional cultural forest. It's really important for the heritage of the southern part of Europe. We have about 100 trees per hectare, big trees creating specific microhabitats. And these forest types are characterized by rich biodiversity. They host a large number of small animals, insects, and bats, more than the forest resulting from their abandonment, the so-called renaturalization. On the other side of the world, here we are in the Amazon, where the traditional forest management applied by indigenous people is the shifting cultivations on small surfaces called chagras. Each ethnic group is characterized by different food habits and practices, and so is related to different agrobiodiversity, but all of them are important for the preservation of agrobiodiversity and also for preserving the forests from large deforestation. Another important characteristic of cultural landscape with positive effects on biodiversity is the presence of linear features, such as rows. Here we are in El Salvador, in Central America, where we conducted a research with a colleague from El Salvador University on Sabana de Morro agroforestry system. It's a traditional cattle breeding system based on wooded pastures with morro trees inside these pastures that provide shade and fruits to the cattle. So Sabana de Morro patches are divided by living fences made by farmers with local vegetable species that, beside providing fodder for the animals, they also act as ecological networks. So we focuses on these systems, measuring different landscape metrics and their density and their distribution in the space, highlighting their importance for the landscape, but also as ecological networks. Linear features with positive effects on biodiversity are not only related to living fences or to other vegetal structures, but can also be linked to man-made artifacts such as dry stone walls that are typical of the Mediterranean landscapes, but that can also be found in other geographical areas that creates microhabitats and ecological networks for different flora and fauna species. The last example comes from a Chinese GX site. I've already heard about this site in the morning, but what I want to focus on is the fact that the agrobiodiversity linked to this site that is based on the presence of different species of raised fishes inside the rice fields can provide multiple benefits, both for the environment and for the society. In fact, the fishes inside the rice field can contribute to pest management, eating the insects, to the fertilization of the rice fields, and to water regulation. So we have the high level of rice yields with a lower use of chemicals and pesticides. In addition, we have also benefits for the local farmers, especially we have already heard about the increased incomes related to the selling price of fishes and rice due to the GX recognition and so to the brand effect. So with this brief presentation, I've tried to highlight how cultural landscapes are closely connected not only to our history, our heritage, but also are crucial for the future of our rural areas, especially for biodiversity and agrobiodiversity conservation. Local cultivated varieties are the result of centuries of interaction between the farmers and the local environment, presenting outstanding adaptation to different and sometimes also difficult climatic and edaphic conditions, while typical features of these cultural landscapes can be really important as ecological networks or microhabitats. International programs such as the FAO GX program can effectively play a key role in preserving these traditional agricultural systems, especially because they are based on the concept of dynamic conservation, not on the static preservation. So there is also the need to find a balance between the the rural development, the innovation in agriculture, and the preservation of traditional knowledge. When we deal with cultural landscapes, in fact, we are also dealing with multifunctionality and with different environmental services and also multiple services for the local communities. So there is the necessity to deeply investigate these correlations between the various features of the agroecosystems. In fact, cultural landscapes are crucial for maintaining and enriching the genetic resources and the agrobiodiversity. They can contribute to create a rich and diversified environment and to the well-being and to the food security of the local communities. And finally, also to the resilience and to the sustainability of these complex agroecosystems. Thank you. Thank you.
Certification for you.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
And now I would like to invite Dr. Renata Różecka-Czas, and the topic, Wayside Shrines and Crosses as a Part of a Cultural Identity, a case study of Chateauneuf municipality.
Thank you for finally I can provide some IT support for myself. Okay, thanks. So, once again, hello everyone. Thank you very much for coming here today, and thank you for staying for that part of our event. My name is Renata Różecka-Czas, and I'm going to talk about wayside shrines and crosses because I see them as a part of cultural identity. I have to admit that when we started this research project, I was wondering which part of cultural heritage could be measured, studied by land surveyors or GIS specialists like me and my colleagues. Because obviously cultural heritage, it's not our usual research subject. But then I rather quickly realized that in our everyday surroundings, we have many beautiful, small, and very precious objects, architectural ones, and we haven't any lists, registers, or unfortunately any maps for them. So obviously I'm talking about shrines and crosses. As I discovered some kind of research gap, I decided to fill it in. And for one of Laser Poland municipality, Chateauneuf, I conducted some inventory and I mapped all shrines and crosses, which I obviously could find. Also, I proposed simple and, in my opinion, very flexible inventory card, which could be used for example, a database for shrines or crosses. This is the figure number 3, the example of this inventory card. During my field visit carried out in March and April this year, I inventoried over 200 shrines and crosses. I have noticed that the most common types are wooden crosses with a shrine, as well as cupboard shrines made by metal and glass, often placed on a brick post, as you can see in the figure number 6. Chateauneuf is famous for the cult of Divine Mother, Virgin Mary, So in my research, I think I assumed that that Marian cult will be noticeable in the types of shrines and temples, but I was wrong. The most popular was wooden crosses, and that Marian shrines didn't dominate in that area. There are many impressive culturally and historically valuable shrines and crosses in my studied area, but today I would like to pay attention not so much to the architectural form, but to the contemporary efforts of the municipality's inhabitants in case of shrines. As it turns out, the inhabitants build new shrines much less frequently, but they still care for the existing ones. They decorate them with flowers, they paint sculptures, or even sew special clothes for them, as you can see in figure number 10. In Polish villages, it is still a popular tradition to meet near the shrines every day in May for the small ceremonies. For this occasion, the shrines are decorated with ribbons and natural flowers, so they are most beautiful in May. In most cases, the location of the shrines are thought out and arranged in such a way to encourage a moment of reflection. To conclude this short presentation, I want to point it out that the trend of abandoning shrines and crosses, along with the death of a generation of its founders, is unfortunately notable. The reduced workload is also visible when it comes to taking care of small sacred architecture. Unfortunately, natural flowers are replaced by plastic ones, and candles are replaced by some artificial ones powered by battery. So modern shrines and crosses usually do not present high artistic quality in Poland. Obviously, they are examples of excellent ones, but in our community, in my research area, there are any modern ones and nice ones. They are produced by metal and glass, mostly, that modern ones. And following this short presentation, I really want to encourage you to pay more attention to your everyday surroundings and maybe do the same as me. List your local shrines and crosses, maybe create some kind of register, or if you like it, create a map. It will be very useful for local community. This research is useful for my community, so I encourage you to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you very much for an interesting look in the cultural heritage of rural areas. I've got a certificate for you.
And now we come back to Oklahoma once again. I hope it will be possible to connect with Oklahoma once again. So, at the presentation, Perception of Cultural Landscape Changes in Suburban Areas by Dr. Barbara Czesak. Welcome. Dzień dobry.
Hello.
Hello. Start, please.
My name is Barbara Czesak, and I would like to present you my research that was actually the first author of the research is Adrianna Kuś, who did the core part of the research, but she could not be here with us today. She could not join us, therefore I'm going to present the research. And the topic of the research is perception of cultural landscape changes in suburban areas. And this perception is crucial because we wanted to explore if people notice the landscape change and how do they, and if they know why the landscape, why the landscapes are changing. Do they realize what could be the driving forces of the two main cultural landscape changes, which are land abandonment and urbanization? Those two phenomena are combined and they should be researched together as one, as urbanization is quite often also a reason for land abandonment, as the values of the land in suburban areas, especially in suburban areas, are growing because of urbanization, and therefore agriculture activities are not profitable anymore. So the research is based on mostly on the survey, but first, in order to check what were the real changes in the land cover in the research area, my research area, I forgot to mention on this slide, is Zabierzów. Zabierzów is a community that is neighboring with, directly neighboring with Kraków, and the survey was made in Zabierzów. But first, in order to check if what is the real extent of the changes in the community, we have compared Korean land cover data from 1990 and 2018. The second part of the research was a survey pilot. A sample from research population was interviewed in order to introduce improvements into the final survey, which was done among 100 interviewees in Zabierzów community, and the interviewees were asked about if they notice land abandonment in their villages, and if they notice urbanization in their villages, and they were asked why those two processes happen, what they think, why, if they know what can be the driving forces of those two phenomena. So actually the first part of the research, the comparison, the simple comparison of Korean land cover data showed that urbanization really happens in Zabierzów. As you can see in 2018, those red areas, which tell you that that those are urbanized areas, are much bigger. The surface area of the red color in the second map is much greater than in 1990. So there is urbanization, and this urbanization is causing agriculture, is taking the agricultural land in the area. And the second part of the research was the survey, which showed that actually the interviewees noticed that there is land abandonment in their villages. So the first chart shows the villages where they live, and that's why here Bolechowice have really high rate, because actually most of the interviewees were coming from Bolechowice. So that's why the second chart is more reliable, as here you can see what they were thinking about other villages in the communities. And here the interviewees observed the highest rates of land abandonment in Rudawa, Karniowice and Brzezie. But actually, as you can see, more or less it's more visible, less visible, but land abandonment is visible in all the villages, all the research villages. Yes, so land abandonment occurs if there is no interest to cultivate the land, and the interviewees realize that agriculture is, they were saying in their answers that they realize that agriculture is less profitable than selling the land to developer or thinking about developing it or maybe renting those new developments to the people from the neighboring, to the adjacent city. Actually, like 57% of the interviewees noticed that there is land abandonment in their villages, but more interviewees, because like around 90% of interviewees noticed that there is urbanization in their own villages, which is shown in the first chart, and in all the other villages surrounding them. The most of the new build-up areas are created in Zabierzów, which is the capital village of the community, and this is also in line with the land cover changes that you could see on the maps, on the current land cover data. So in conclusion, it shows that agriculture is losing its significance in Zabierzów, and we may suspect that not only in Zabierzów, but probably in all areas surrounding Kraków. And actually, maybe if we talk about food securities, it would be good to have some agricultural areas surrounding big cities, and that both those phenomena are recognized by the interviewees, and the interviewees understand the reasons for landscape changes in their community, and they understand that those open spaces, they were suggesting that the open spaces are important for them, that we should protect open spaces. So they recognize the value of cultural heritage, because actually the landscape is cultural heritage and the beauty of the landscape. And they also recognize the monetary value of the beauty of the landscape, as they see that those landscapes make the land values grow in the area. So basically, we should ask ourselves the question: what should be the balance between agriculture, open green areas, and urban areas, and how should the policies be developed to provide the inhabitants of the communities with enough open areas to provide, to take care about their well-being? And according to our interviewees, one of the solutions could be more support for small-scale farming initiatives, because they our interviewees feel that the bigger farms get more support than small farms. Yes, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Barbara. It was great. And we wait for you with diplomas for you and Adriana. Now let's do next presentation.
Now I would like to invite Dr. Katarzyna Cegielska to present us changes in land cover of rural areas with valuable cultural landscapes. Please, here is your board.
Ladies and gentlemen, the topic of my presentation is the changes in land cover of rural areas with valuable cultural landscapes. First of all, it is worth to say that 2018 was the European Year of the Cultural Heritage. All over Europe, we could observe a lot of initiatives and events that have made cultural heritage closer to the public. What's more, it gives people the opportunity to improve their involvement in the protection of the heritage. So we can ask the question, is this an important topic? The literature clearly emphasizes, the literature clearly emphasizes that the effort being made in this area is necessary. Why? Take a look at some research results. 48% of respondents in the European Union are not involved in the field of cultural heritage. 68% of them declared they would like to know more about Europe's cultural heritage. And over 80% of them believed the cultural heritage was important for them. This is the fact that the cultural heritage and the cultural landscape certainly is part of Europe's cultural heritage. They should be definitely protected because they are the part of the regional identity. The cultural landscapes in general have been shaped by the human-landscape interaction and exhibit features valued by the society. Nowadays, we have to deal with the loss of landscape structures and consequently to a threat to cultural landscapes, mainly due to increasing urbanization. The conflict stems from the fact that people consume the landscape to satisfy their needs, and we can't avoid it. What we can do is to understand the needs that arise from the problem. It is important to understand how cultural landscapes can change depending on the land use and land cover change. It will help to make the right decisions about where and how to act to protect the cultural landscapes. On the other hand, it will help to assess how cultural landscapes can evolve in the future. And finally, if we understand the needs, it will help us to identify potential threats to cultural landscapes caused by land use change. Keeping in mind the presented problems and needs, in this study we adopted the main task. It was the spatial-temporal analysis of land use and land cover changes in the commune with valuable landscape values. The study area was the Wiśniowa municipality, which is situated in the central part of the Małopolska. We used two types of data. First was the GIS data, and the second was the cadastral data. The input material for GIS analysis was core land cover 4 vector layers from 2000, 2006, 2012, and 2018. The cadastral data included land use data from 2002 to 2018. Core land cover is the largest database available under the Copernicus project. This project involves 44 classes of land cover grouped into 3 levels of detail. The goal was to present top-down dominant changes in the period of interest by using first level of detail. Next, the structure of the changes was investigated using other levels. Each step of the analysis was carried out using QGIS software. So we processed 12 input layers with different levels of detail. The land use change analysis for the Wiśniowa involved the data from the Marshal Office of the Małopolski province. The data provided 4 variables: the surface area of agricultural land, of forest land, of built-up and urbanized land, and area of wasteland. For those variables, we prepare some statistical characteristics. The land use change analysis identified 3 main elements. The land use structure in Wiśniowa is dominated by agricultural land, which covers nearly 57% of the municipality, and by forest, which covers nearly 40% of Wiśniowa. After that, we can say that this municipality is a typical agricultural one. We also noticed that the land use structure has not changed significantly for 16 years. Analysis of land cover changes at the first level of detail showed that the significant changes can be noticed only for the sub-period of 2006 to 2012 and only for the northeastern part of the municipality. We noticed that the most changes took place for agricultural areas in the village of Wiśniowa. The area shrank by almost 200 hectares over 18 years, and 100% of that loss was replaced by an artificial surfaces. The second level of detail doesn't exhibit any significant changes, what would be unnoticed in the first level. The analysis at the third level of detail shown the minor changes in the northwestern part of the Lipnik district between 2012 and 2018. The changes mainly involved forest areas. Turning to the conclusions of our study, it should be said that Europe's cultural landscapes are at the particular risk from expanding urbanization. In areas where urbanization is considered a driver of the development, all anthropogenic factors may disturb the rural landscape and affect the agricultural land cover change. This 6 years interval and division of analysis results into cadastral districts, which we used, facilitated an analysis of spatial temporal changes. We decided to use all 3 levels of detail, but research has shown that in this case it wasn't necessary. In closing, it is worth adding that the other researcher proved that this kind of analysis can help build a review of land cover transformation and their impact on cultural landscape. The references, and thank you very much for the attention.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We see how land use changes. It changes very fast. I have a certificate for you.
So let's go to next presentation. Development prohibition in areas designated for housing as a result of declining population by Professor Tomasz Salata from our university. Tomasz, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you. My name is Tomasz Salata. I work on Department of Land Management and Landscape Architecture. This is our prospect. I would like to first make your attention for some facts in our lives. In Poland lives now about 38 million people, and it's not increasing, this count. But we still increasing development areas for building for houses. So, in Poland since 1960, the same slogan has been repeated almost all magazines, publications, newspaper, radio, television, dispersed and chaotic buildings. This problem is raised by scientists, engineers, government, local government. Almost everywhere, for decades, from time to time, another government announced the end of the consents for disorganized, chaotic, scattered development. Let not be that we do nothing in Poland. I began my speech with an introduction, so that you would receive message from, on the fundamental point. In order to preserve the cultural heritage discussed at our conference, we should take a bold look at the fact if natural resources are exhausted, this heritage will begin decline. These goods is the undeveloped areas that are currently under economic pressure. It's not easy to win with that pressure, in my opinion, due to the possibility by passing law in almost every area of our lives. This also applies to spatial planning. Well, spatial planning in Poland took formalized from 1920s. At the beginning, simple definition and guidelines were enough. For example, village buildings should develop on poor land and new farms should be located close to each other. It was enough at first, but over time, in the 1970s, the economic and demographic development of Poland surpassed and overtook legal regulation. Even then, scientists, town planners, architects, surveyors, etc., indicated that the housing development was going in wrong direction. Back then, the built areas accounted for only 0.5% of current built-up areas in Poland at the 70s, 50 years ago. If you look at these maps on my back, in Poland, every road, every communal district road is built up closely. There is no place to go across for fauna species, for other migrations. Every road is closed. In Polish regulation now, every every house must be placed to 50 meters from a road, maximum. So we build up all our roads. Such different than in Germany situation. In Germany, we have a village, and almost nothing between. In Norway, the same, but roads is curved. So everybody in Europe can do that, but in Poland, by law, we can do that. So, in press, I think, in internet press, I found that opinion in German, in England, in West Europe, there is no lands for house building, for single family buildings. In Poland, we have 38 million citizens, but we prepare lands for building for 100 million people. So our situation is much worse in the, for example, Germany. We use more complex legal definition to stop this process. But lands is running out, and we are reaching for better place, better quality lands. The way to keep the development or new valuable areas to develop a geometric methods for determining the currently built-up areas. At the same time, limiting the development of construction outside the zones. You can read about this ready-made method of defining the boundaries of built-up areas in my book, the concept of standardized method for determining development areas. This book I left on my left side. Some books were left and say, "Take me home, please." If you want to, I can take this book for you. Thank you for your attention. My research is focused on act of law and impact for rural areas or development plan that has his impact on cultural heritage. Thank you for attention once again.
Thank you very much for the presentation, and also books is diploma. Thank you.
And now I would like to invite you to a remote presentation from Nicolaus Copernicus University in Poland, Audit of Post-Revitalization Space in Context of MMDM Method by Tomasz Starczewski, Professor Krzysztof Rogatka and Mateusz Kowalski.
I sincerely thank the organizers for the opportunity to present the results of research conducted by our university. I would like to introduce you to the revitalization process and the innovative use of the method to evaluate this process. First, I will introduce you to the road to the revitalization. Then I will present the scope of the study. I will characterize the MMDM matrix method and present the results of the study. The city, according to the classical structure formulated by Lynch, consists of 5 basic physical elements. These elements form the physical subsystem of the city. The second subsystem is the inhabitants, the users of this city. These 2 subsystems communicate by sending different types of stimuli to each other. We can distinguish the relationship between these subsystems using communication theory, in which we have a sender and a receiver. In the case of the city and residents, the sender will be the physical subsystem, while the receiver will be the social subsystem. When harmony between subsystems is disrupted, social, economic, spatial, and environmental degradation occurs. The revitalization process, which is supposed to lead the degraded area out of the diagnosed crisis state, is the answer to this very condition. Here I have quoted the statutory definition of the revitalization process. According to this definition, the revitalization process should be primarily territorially focused. It should concern both the substance, which is the urban space, but it should also concern the social dimension. The revitalization process is carried out in various areas. Among the main ones we can include post-industrial areas like production halls, warehouses, squares, communication facilities and devices like railway, seaports and airports, post-military areas, barracks, fortifications, training grounds, housing estates, quarters of buildings, streets, districts, most often located in the city center and in its immediate vicinity. The revitalization process is considered from the following point of view: economical, in relation to the economic activity carried out in the degraded area; socio-demographic, linked to existing pathologies, poverty, but also to the aging of the population; spatial, concerning the physical degradation of space, legal, related for example to the structure of land ownership, environmental, encompassing all environmental changes which are now so important because of the negative impact of climate change. The purpose of the study I would like to discuss was to evaluate the revitalization process using the MMDM matrix method. The evaluation included projects implemented within the first revitalization perspective. The research area included the Bydgoskie Przedmieście, one of the right bank urban units of Toruń. In the first revitalization plan, Bydgoskie Przedmieście, next to the Old Town, was the unit indicated for revitalization. In the current perspective, the foothills have been added to these two units. Why is this particular district being revitalized? Primarily because of its location in the city center. Bydgoskie Przedmieście is located in the vicinity of the Old Town. It is an extremely attractive place to live. Additionally, the history of the suburb is extremely interesting. Previously inhabited by intelligentsia, now a completely devastated housing estate full of social disparities. Here are some photos from Bydgoskie Przedmieście. The central point of the estate is a park which is of historical importance. The architecture also looks very interesting. At this point, I would like to briefly characterize the method used. This is a dynamic tool for researching the needs and expectations of individual communities. The basic principle on which the matrix was developed is creative explanation. The matrix was used to evaluate revitalization projects and the degree to which, through the implementation of these projects, the revitalization needs of the residents were satisfied. The final result is the evaluation of the post-revitalization space made by its users. The only specified parameter of the matrix is the demand of the client group, the stakeholders of the revitalization process, evaluated on a scale of 1/5. This parameter is marked on the x-axis. The matrix preparation process was carried out in the form of MMDM workshops, during which the ranking groups evaluated individual projects according to the prepared evaluation criteria. The workshop was held in November 2019. 4 types of projects have been distinguished: good quality projects, premium quality projects, runaway projects, and think and change projects. Here we have got MMDM matrix steps, which we will discuss in the next slides. The first step in creating the matrix is to create a list of revitalization projects to be analyzed. Next, criteria should be prepared according to which revitalization projects will be evaluated. Once the criteria are ready, MMDM workshops should explore how important these issues are in the context of the overall revitalization process. Rank groups evaluate the prepared criteria, which should then be transformed into evaluation criteria using simple mathematical operations, point average and weighted average. The finished criteria are presented in the last table. Once the criteria and their weights are prepared, each of the previously prepared revitalization projects should be evaluated according to these criteria. All assessments take place during MMDM workshops and are performed by rank groups. The task of workshop participants was to indicate on a scale of 1/5 how much a given project improved the analyzed criterion. That is, for example, how much the revitalization of Bydgoszcz Park has improved the sense of security. Once all projects have been assessed against all criteria, the scores obtained should be multiplied by the prepared weightings and added up. The sum forms the first parameter of the matrix. Then we should prepare the second parameter of the matrix, the demand for the project. Here, similarly, resident rated on a scale of 1/5 how high the need for the project was. The sum of the scores forms the second dimension of the matrix. Once the 2 dimensions of the matrix are prepared, the designs can be transferred to the graph. The projects implemented as a part of the local revitalization program 2007-2015, fall into each of the 4 distinguished groups of the MMDM matrix, which means that among revitalization projects, there were those that best revitalized Bydgoskie Przedmieście and met the needs of its residents, and those that did little to eliminate these problems and the revitalization process itself. The best project in the light of the MMDM matrix was Michailand Fantastic Kids Town. Workshop participants believe that this project best meets revitalization needs. The premium quality projects are those that have revitalized Bydgoskie Przedmieście to the greatest extent. It is important to note that the City Park Revitalization Project and the Michailand Integration Fest were rated highest. It is a cyclical event held in Bydgoszcz Park which integrates all residents of the estate and beyond. That is, it affects the entire degraded area. Michailand is a project aimed at children, but it also aims at intergenerational integration and revitalization of public space of Bydgoszcz Park. This project has a direct impact on the 2 identified revitalization problems: disorganization of public spaces and disintegration of society. The project relating to the city park has a high demand and a relatively high weighted score. The park in Bydgoskie Przedmieście is a place where residents can meet, relax and calm down. It is a space recognizable in Toruń and characteristic for the city. The results obtained testify to the high need for socio-integrative projects embedded in a green environment. Good quality projects are good revitalization projects that positively impact the community and space. They refer to improving the quality of space dedicated to the youngest and to the broadly understood safety of the Bydgoskie Przedmieście. Think and Change projects were relatively high demand, but the final evaluation was not satisfactory. These are projects that with some modification can meet revitalization needs. In the third group, there was a sporting event, the form of which may not be acceptable and attractive to the entire local community, but perhaps only to the more physically active. However, there is certainly an integration potential that should be exploited. The final 4th group of projects are runaway projects. These are the projects that met the needs of the inhabitants to the smallest extent and those for which there was the least demand, and as a result they did not contribute to the revitalization of the analyzed area. This group included various infrastructural projects such as the revitalization of Mickiewicz Street, treated by the inhabitants as an ordinary renovation, the renovation of the Vistula boulevards, and the cultural revitalization, that is an open-air poster gallery which is incomprehensible to the people. To sum up, the projects which received the highest marks and which at the same time did the best job of revitalizing the space in Bydgoskie Przedmieście were those of an integration and environmental character and those improving safety. The infrastructural ones, or those dedicated to narrow social groups, were the lowest. The final step in dealing with the MMDM matrix is to rank the projects by mathematically measuring the distance from the 0 point. In this way, we get information on how much a given project will influence the realization of revitalization needs. The MMDM matrix allows for detailed characterization of individual revitalization projects, evaluation and determination of the extent to which they revitalized a given architectural and social space. Appropriate reformulation of the MMDM matrix allows conclusions to be drawn as to whether revitalization projects responded to the needs identified in the strategic documents. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. The certificate will be sent to Toruń.
So, last presentation and last back to US, to Kansas City, State Missouri, close with city, various Park University, and we have received very big presentation, 45 minutes. but now only one part. It will be about 20 minutes. So it is presentation about an overview of rural communities in America, their past, present, and future, by Professor Robert Cow, Professor Greg Moore, and Professor James Vanderview. Please.
Thank you for the opportunity we can participate in International Scientific Conference, Cultural Heritage, in Krakow, Poland, virtually this year. Our presentation title is going to be an overview of rural communities in America, past, present, and future. We had 3 presenters for this paper. I will be the first one. My name is Robert Kao. I'm teaching at Plaster School of Business, College of Management, Park University in Parkville, Missouri, United States. The first part, I would like to overview the rural community in the U.S. We know the early Native American and early immigrant from Europe used a scarecrow to ward off predators in crops. In this paper by Reen Pareto Chrisman in 2010, they said many small rural community has shown that economically depressed throughout the U.S. because of economic disparity within the rural America caused by disadvantages related to smaller markets, isolation from larger, more populous regions, lower skilled labor, and lack of access to technology. Another paper also shown the same outcomes by Dragonstock in 2003. He found out many rural locations did not experience the economic growth, rural America isolation and lack of access to skilled labor, technology, and large market economies lead to disadvantages and susceptible economics. Farming is still a principal source of income and employment in many counties in the rural U.S. However, farm consolidation, increasing productivity, and labor-saving technology have led to a significant decline in farm employment. Nationally, the number of farm jobs fell by 14.1% between 2001 and 2013. During the same period, total farm earnings increased 63.4% in real terms, according to data from the Bureau of Economic Analysis. Farming dependencies has become more concentrated in rural counties, while farm dependence had dropped more sharply elsewhere. As technology has evolved, rural America has not only developed but also utilized various technologies to improve the yield and production of farmland. Most recently, broadband connectivity has played an important role in U.S. rural economic development, including agriculture, healthcare, education, and communication. Due to the modern world economy's reliance on interconnectivity, a lack of adequate access to internet connectivity could produce a negative impact on rural communities. Rural resilience, rural digital inclusion, rural information, and communication technologies will become more crucial in the development of rural America today. I want to use a scarecrow to broadband as an indicator in the rural America. In the early Native American culture, people used a scarecrow in crop field. Before the European immigrants arrived in North America, Native adults could sit on the elevated stands to shout at birds and ground animals when they drew near the crop. Some native tribes even discovered they could soak corn seeds in toxic herb mixture to deter birds away. Moreover, many Native American children in southwest areas have performed contests to make the most of frightening scarecrows. The Zuzi tribe used lines of cedar poles strung with cords and animal skins to keep birds away from the crop. As waves of immigrants came from Europe to America, they continued to practice of using scarecrows in their crop field. German settlers in Pennsylvania, for instance, brought with them with bozeman or bogeman to stand guard over croplands or orchard. Scarecrows become particularly popular during the period of American agricultural development. After World War II, farmers in the U.S. sprayed pesticides like DDT to more effectively protect their crops. While we have come to know the pesticides are harmful to humans, currently we do not see many scarecrows guarding fields. A symbol of seasonal change in the U.S., the scarecrow becomes just popular for decoration. In recent years, many new devices of scarecrow have been invented and adopted in the U.S. rural landscape. The Peregrine Falcon, which is equipped with a remote-controlled 3D printed raptor robotic bird, can swoop and soar to frighten real birds. The sonic bird's cannon clearly displayed the sound of shotgun blast to signal imminent danger for many birds. The raucous explosions are broadcasted by digitized recordings of specific bird distress calls. Some high-tech, motion-driven model hurl water at an intruder, or you can see the hawk-like drone flying by GPS, or the drone building the megaphone to broadcast distress cries and predator call to frighten intruders. Solar power scarecrow, you can see that in the fields. Also the solar power robot wolf has been used for all this purpose. What do we mean by rural? The definition is very hard today. The Center of American Progress has gathered data from the U.S. Census Bureau and Atlas of Rural and Small Town America from the U.S. Department of Agriculture's Economic Research Service. And they provided data to distinguish what's the urban and the rural, and this continues to be the challenge to the definition. The use of metro and non-metro delineation to designate rural areas. Where non-metro is used as a proxy for rural is common. However, we know a few things. One is while there is some overlap, the metro-non-metro delineation does not fully match the rural-urban delineation used by the Census Bureau. Second, a problem with this binary delineation between metro and non-metro for the country For the counties, classification may change over the years due to the fluctuation in population. So this make very difficult to interpret the rural areas. The third one, the term rural has broader cultural meaning, not fully captured by the demographic data. You can see this map for the U.S. by county. In 2017-18, population change. For the significant change increase, we use a red and orange color. For significant decline, counties or areas, we use dark blue and light blue. So you can see in the center of U.S., a lot of population decline. However, on West Coast, South, East, or the South Texas has increased the population. So many Americans living in the metropolitan area, they describe their communities as rural areas. This could signify that a far more diverse swath of American communities resides in rural communities than can be captured by the binary delineation metro and non-metro. Yet, in the absence of clearly defined measures of the term rural, we understand that the non-metro designation is not only widely used, but offer a degree of utility in differentiating less from more populous area.
One of the concerns in rural communities is individuals choosing to move away from these cities. And it's become a growing concern for policymakers within the United States. Individuals often cite various reasons for leaving a rural community. One of these is a limited access to health care and individuals' lack of access to higher levels of care provided by major metropolitan areas, hospitals, and clinics. Another relevant issue for many individuals is lack of educational and vocational opportunities. Many rural areas throughout the United States do not have access to higher education, and individuals must leave those communities to pursue higher education at large state schools. In addition, there has also been an increase in outmigration from non-metro counties, and it tends to fluctuate with business cycles. As there are economic booms and growth, individuals will leave their rural communities in pursuit of opportunities in major metropolitan areas. And this is presented, these changes in population are presented in the following slide.
Thank you very much. This is the first part. The second part, we invite you on Wednesday morning. So, about conclusion of this session, please look that we have the same problems in Europe and US as declining population. It is also said about it Professor Salata, now our colleagues from Kansas, as also biodiversity. It was talking by Antonio and also our colleagues from Oklahoma. So, Barbara, please some comments to overview this session.
Yes, and this migration from rural areas to urban in Italy by Professor Agnoletti. We've got changes in land cover, so everything affects our heritage of cultural heritage of rural areas. So that's the conclusion.
And for us, it is very important that we can create international network about this topic, and for the future we can continue and we can prepare maybe some new research program project. So, any question from your side?
Or comments?
Or comments, yes. Or good opinion about us? Okay, we invite you coffee break. Thank you very much.
Yes, we deserve that.
To, co zostało z naszych, to my zeskanujemy. Super. Dobrze. Teraz pan naszykuje do drugiej sesji. Mają opisane. To nas ładnie ma.
Ja sobie tym mogę przewijać.
Zgodnie z planem zaczynamy, czy przyspieszamy?
To od was zależy. Wy już teraz rządzicie. My wam oddajmy wszystko.
ósmej. O 8.
Aha. Patrz. Ale ja sobie sprawdzę. Dobra, chodzi. Bo jest tak przypięte. No nie wiem, chyba tak na myśl, nie? Ale co? Siedzenie z drugiej strony, nie? Możecie ewentualnie się obracać, wtedy
co? Ping-pong?
No tak pasuje.
Panie profesorze, po angielsku. To znaczy ja od siebie muszę, bo...
To ja... Szafko? Ty zaczynasz. Dobra? Szafko? Ty, ja. Ty, ja.
Dearest friends, the break is just ending. We are warmly welcome to the conference hall. Because Professor asked me to help him, so we are trying to start the thematic session, original animal species and food that is made of them. So our second package, and the first referee is Professor Casarda. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to use this opportunity to present some of our achievements we made together in collaboration of colleagues from plant and animal genetics, and together with colleagues from Institute of Food Science, from Faculty of Biotechnology, and us, Faculty of Agrobiology and Food Resources in Nitra. I would concern my presentation on issues related more to the food products made from of the animal origin. As the beginning, I would use this floor and present this idea that the food in the end is our own tradition. It's something holy. It's not about the nutrients and calories. It's about sharing. It's about honesty. It's about identity. This was maybe one of the ideas which we were following through the whole project. And we as animal geneticists were involved in the project to put some latest development and present ideas how to use genetic information in the preservation of small and heritage in context of the food products produced from animals. As we already know that animal breeding practices are advancing and the progress is very fast in the last years. We can see it that in the primary production we are not oriented anymore only on the production traits like the amount of milk produced per cow or the daily gain in case of the meat animals, but we concern more about the issues which are connected with the welfare and which are presented during the life of the animals in the form of the reproduction traits, or we call it together as a fitness traits which cover welfare issues of the sustainability and survival. Within the concept of the precision livestock farming, we are collecting more and more data, and we are receiving more detailed information about the production and production life of the animals. This is in sound with the concept from farm to fork, and we translate it as we are going from the phenotype to genotype, that we are not only concerning and observing the phenotypic traits, this real measured output from the animal production, but we are also looking on the genetic background of these production traits or of the production life of the animals. Within the project, we were presenting opportunities of the genomics when we tried to show how we can use a concept of the preservation of the animal genetic diversity within the concept of the preservation of the whole system as a small land heritage. On these pictures, you can see some base graphical outputs made based on the genomic data. We were genotyping several populations. This is those are the different populations of the cattle. Some of them are also bred in the Slovakia. The light blue is the Slovak Pinzgau. It's our autochthonous endangered small population of cattle. With dark blue, as you can see, is Austrian Pinzgau. Yeah, they are very closely connected. We can see that they are in the middle of the graph and their gene pool is interconnected, but we still are able, based on the genomic information, distinguish between those two populations. On the top, we can see the Holstein Friesian, or the main dairy breed, which is totally different. Their pool is on another side of these graphics. We have there on the left down the group of the beef cattle, like the Charolais, Limousin, Shorton, even Aberdeen Angus. And on the another pool, another side, right down corner, there are other alpine breeds, which are also recognized as the local autochthonous population, like the Romagnola, Tyrol Grey, or Brown Swiss. Based on different methods, we are still, or we were confirming that we are able to distinguish between those information based on their genetic background, genetic variants. With this, we can confirm that really those local populations, local breeds, are not unique just by the region where they are farmed, where they are bred, but they are local also by their genetic background. And as we are going out from the assessment of the biodiversity, we can say that if we can assess their biodiversity and distinguish between them, we can also assess their level of uniqueness, to what extent they are unique by their genetic background and to what extent they are really unique in comparison to other populations. This is a very strong tool because it allows us, or could help us to, for example, progress in authentication not only of the local populations, but as each product, even it's made of meat or of milk, it's containing some cells. And in every cell, there is the same DNA as in the whole animal. Genetic traceability is based on the fact that every cell in the body really is containing a DNA, and this can identify not only animal, but also the products from which it comes. If we can analyze the cells from which products are composed, we can also analyze the animals used to produce them, and we can really define a pool of genetic variants which we can look, or we should expect to be in the final product, either in the mixed or composed products. When we speak about the authentication, we can also conclude that there is a possibility to prevent some product adulteration. Adulteration, by the definition, is the replacement of mostly valuable parts of product with the less valuable raw material and incorrect labeling of the product. Knowledge of genetic diversity is therefore essential to identify products from a particular farm, from a particular individuals. When we really have information about the diversity of the several populations, we are able to trace them. And not only, but we can also trace the products in line with together with the Green Deal strategy. because local specialties and products from local breeds meet the conditions of supporting regional production with clearly determined carbon footprint rates. To protect quality local producers, it is necessary to analyze the genetic diversity, which is also reflected in the regional animal and plant products. Shortening the food chain in farm-to-fork system can only be ensured if there is an increase in consumer confidence in the primary production and food processing itself. Therefore, it is necessary to use all available technological tools to provide consumers sufficient amount of data about local production. Food authentication, traceability, and prevention of adulteration is strongly supported from the several EU framework programs. The first calls were open in Framework Program 5, then 6, 7, Horizon 2020, Horizon Europe as well. The protected designation of origin or the protected geographical indications are really trademarks which are recognized very well among whole European Union. And it also refers to some intellectual property rights, and it refers to the intentional misuse of a protected name in the marketing of different products. Scientists were developing something which is called as a community diversity management, which is a community-driven participatory approach that empowers growers and communities to organize themselves to develop livelihood strategies that support in situ on-farm management of agricultural biodiversity. Among different things, it supports conservation and development goals set by participating communities. If we look on this approach, there are several steps from or covering identification, authentication, analysis and evaluation of traditional dishes and local gastronomic products. It starts with the selection of traditional regional dishes based on historically available and preserved recipes. There is also a need or the subsequent steps to define traditional or alternative ingredients which could be considered in preparation of those traditional dishes in case that those traditional ingredients are not more available anymore. It starts with the definition of the raw materials and additives that must be excluded also from the preparation because they are not something like the not allowed substances. And also it's followed by the definition of the technological procedures and technologies in preparation of traditional meals and dishes. Together or in line with the present knowledge, we also need to consider available innovative technologies in preparation of the meals and dishes. It means that we need to define the composition parameters of the products. Then authentication methods for the authentication on the level of the raw materials in preparation of traditional dishes, and also methods for authentication of prepared traditional dishes and meals after heat or other culinary preparations. In all those steps, we can consider genetic tools. We can look for the genetic markers or information, even again based on this that every cell is containing genetics, and we should be able, and we are able to not only analyze and identify the raw materials, but also the DNA in the final products. There are also several tools which are concerned with considering the freshness or availability of pre-prepared products. But if we speak about the traditional dishes and meals, we should also define a territorial limit of the production of traditional dishes regional differences and dishes historically offered in several regions. To consider the degree of sustainability, diversity, and ecological footprint. And in the final, maybe creation of the map of the geographical distribution of the production of regional dishes and meals with identification of the places where such meals are offered to the public. When we map the most important traditional dishes of individual regions, in the way that they can be identified, authenticated, protected, and quantified for the value. The specific objective could be to map a historical context of local food systems from production to consumption and the corresponding economical and social environment. In line with this is also need to improve education or consider educational aspects in gastronomy. It should start with strengthening the primary and secondary education and increase awareness of the cultural heritage of traditional gastronomy. There is a need maybe to establish educational programs and programs to raise awareness about the health effects of the food consumption. And of course, not only formal but also informal education is needed in form of some gastronomic events focused on the preparation, evaluation, and tasting of traditional dishes and meals. Cultural aspects which are necessary for preservation of cultural heritage gastronomy means that the gastronomy is a set of elements including knowledge, experience, art, which allows healthy and tasty eating. It's part of the cultural identity and a basic element of the European cultural heritage. One part of gastronomy is also the recognition of the value of raw materials, their quality, and awareness of the need of their worth in all stages of food processing, which includes respect for animals, plants, and nature. Gastronomy is therefore closely linked to the agriculture of European regions and their local products. It is an effort is needed to preserve the typical cuisine that is a part of cultural heritage, which is treated by the invasion of standardized food. Gastronomy is a basic element in the development of tourism. The interaction of gastronomy has a positive impact on promotion of tourism and the promotion of cultural heritage and in individual regions. Many of us have experience and have visited different countries, but besides some historical monuments and nice seaside, we often remember the dishes or meals we have eaten there. They are of the specific taste and they are typical for different regions. Promotion of local and regional products will make possible preservation of the gastronomic heritage and guarantee fair rewards for producers and the availability of many of these products. I will speak about the conclusions. I will again use some sentence which I found, that our food is safer due to our knowledge, and our diets are more diverse than even before. Production methods are becoming increasingly sustainable, clean, and efficient, and we are constantly becoming better at protecting biodiversity. And at the end, we are at the beginning. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much. This certificate. Oh. Thank you, Professor. I have two. Okay. 4 authors. Perfect.
Next presentation have Untitled Heritage of Małopolskie Voivodeship in relation to neighbor region of Slovakia. Present Professor Sławomir Marcinczak from University of Veterinary Medicine and Pharmacy in Košice, Slovakia.
Thank you for introduction to me. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Allow me to explain my presentation of my colleagues and me from University of Veterinary Medicine and Pharmacy in Košice about heritage of Malopolska voivodeship in relation to neighbor region of East Slovakia. If you talk about cultural heritage, it is very easy to define the cultural heritage as something what is transferred from one generation to other generation, received and methods of food production belongs to the cultural heritage, I think. The production and consumption of traditional and regional products is becoming more frequent and their popularity is increasing. Especially Malopolska regional food products are unique because of their original sensory characteristic, which are based on the traditional production methods and traditional raw materials used for the production. Also, on the regional area, in Poland, all traditional products are registered on the Polish Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development maintains the list of the traditional products, which now is composed from 1,997 items, and from Malopolska region there is 224 items, and 12 of them belongs to the milk and 78 belongs to the meat categories. In the area of the European Union, there is a system in Ambrosia which is legal registration of the name and agriculture products which are protected and also registered, also supported for the producing these special products. We have 3 systems of registration and labeling of these products. It is a protected geographic indication, also traditional speciality guaranteed, and also the last is the protected designation of the origin. Traditional milk products in Malopolska region is not only these 3, but we choose only these 3 because are very similar. Also, we have a similar product in the Slovak Republic. It is a Brica Podhalanska, Redikolka, and Oštipek. These products are registered are labeled as a protected destination of origin. What is the important for the production of this product is the raw materials. Raw materials, it means milk from the cows and ewe. For the Malopolska region is a typical typical milk from the Polish red cattle. Milk from cows of the Polish red breed is the most valuable in terms of the nutritional value, suitability for the processing and production of brand name repentant cheese parameters which can be associated with the origin in the breed. Also very important is the ewe milk, especially ewe milk from the native brands of sheep in the Polish Carpathian, especially Polish mountain sheep, Podhale Zakel, and colored mountain sheep. Polish mountain sheep pastured in the Podhale feed on very diverse and unique vegetation, which affects the composition and taste of milk, and consequently gives the product processed from this milk, in particular, especially mainly taste and aroma. Oštipek is a typical cheese from the Malopolska region. Also, we have also in Slovakia we have similar products. Slovenský oštiepok, Slovenská parenica, Zázrivský korbáčik, Zázrivské vojsky, and Oravský korbáčik. These products are similar but not the same. The differences are especially the raw materials. Both cheeses, Polish oštipek and Slovenský oštiepok, have similar methods of production, but the raw material used in its production and different geographical region make both cheeses unique. Brindza Podhalańska is the next product. Cheese Brindza Podhalańska belongs to the group of soft remain cheeses. In Slovakia, we have Slovak Brindza cheese. These cheeses are also very similar, but there are differences. The first difference is for the producing of Brindza Podhalańska, we have to take only raw milk from Polish red cattle, and also we can use only maximal 40% of this milk, and also the special raw material is ewe milk from this special breeds of sheep. Some about meat products. Butchery was one of the most widespread and oldest craft in the Slovakia. According to data from the 1942, the most numerous butchers came from the two largest craft centers of Spiš region, Levoča and Kežmarok. In this time, the fresh meat and several products were products for the immediate consumption were offered. It means it was fresh meat and fresh meat products. For the production of meat products were concentrated in the autumn and winter time, and the forms of preservation for the summertime was salting, smoking, and drying meat and sausages and bacons, and these products were stored in cool places for the longer time. What is the typical? Also, the tradition of the meat product in Malopolskie Voivodship region is long-lasting. The traditional production of meat products in Malopolskie region as well as in Slovak regions is based on the pork and processed smoking with the hot smoke about 72 degrees Celsius in order to undergo the heat treatment, but usually it was also the tradition to dry products and so extend their shelf life. The typical products for all regions is the sausage or sausages. These sausages are traditional product in both regions, and their production has a long history. The basic raw material was lean pork and fatty pork meat, spices, and the traditional casings were pork intestines. However, in a region, in the Spiš and Zemplín in Slovakia, the quality individual sausages was diverse and varied mainly in the consumption of the spices used. In addition of garlic and black pepper, as well as the red sweet and red spicy peppers are typical for the Zemplín region, which is also related historical connection of this region to the Hungary, where red peppers are typical spice in the meat products. On the contrary, Spiš region was influenced by the German population and has long been connected with Poland. So in addition, the garlic and black pepper, the base of the spices were mainly cumin or white pepper, ginger, or new pepper. Subsequently, the Hungarian Kaizen and paprika-based meat products became more famous, with the application into the meat products also in Tatars region. And typical example of the meat products is the Spišské parky or Spiš Frankfurters. This is the most popular Frankfurters in the Slovakia. But the traditional is received with the like this one, where the red paprika or the red pepper is missing. The last part is about some special region in Slovakia. It's the Tokaj. Tokaj, but is only small part of the Tokaj, because Tokaj is a wine growing region in the heart of the Europe, located in the two countries, Hungary and Slovakia. Tokaj area is one of the oldest legislative wine delineations in the world, as it was clearly defined and settled in 1737. Tokaj wine growing area represents in Slovakia closed wine growing area bordered by cadastral territories of the 7 Tokaj villages: Bara, Čerhov, Černochov, Malá Trňa, Slovenské Nové Mesto, Veľká Trňa, and Viničky. There is an area of the Tokaj region in Hungary and also in Slovakia. You can see the Slovakia is a very small part of the Tokaj region. For this reason, if I say Tokaj, you imagine only Hungarian Tokaj, but Hungarian is the most big, the most part of the Tokaj is in Hungary, but we have also small part also in Slovakia. For our region is allowed to grow and produce wine only from 3 traditional Tokaj grape varieties. It is Furmint, Lipovina, and Yellow Muscat. Vinum regnum and Rex Vinorum, with this predicate, which is now proudly displayed on almost every bottle of the Tokaj wine. The Tokaj wine was evaluated by French King Louis XV. Special Tokaj wines include in Slovak part of the Tokaj are sweet wine, especially Tokajské samorodné in varieties dry or sweet, and Tokajský výber, Tokaj selection, Tokajská esencia, Tokaj essence, Tokajská výberová esencia, Tokajský mašlaš, and Tokajský forditáž. These wines are special, typically oxidative form of producing, form of the wine, maturing in some special oak barrels. The value of the barrels is 136 liters. With the oxygen access, and these barrels are or the wine is maturing under the layer of skin-forming yeast called floor in the Tokaj tooth cellars. Minimal 2 years, but usually 5 and more years. You can see there are typical cellars on Tokaj. One is missing, one. Okay. The one slide is missing. I don't know why, but because there is a picture of almost of you. The best way how to taste the Tokaj is the visit. Comes to and visit the Tokaj and taste the wines. At the conclusion, in conclusion, I would like to say, local foods products are a part of cultural heritage that is passed down from generation to the generation and is a symbol of the culture of a particular community. One of the new trends in tourism is associated with the traditional value of the regional cultural heritage. Unique regional food products are a very important part of the local business, culture, identity, and heritage. Promoting of regional historical culture heritage based on the traditional food to visitors is an essential way to improving public knowledge about the region of Malopolskie voivodeship and the region of Spiš and Zemplín in Slovakia. Acknowledgement and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. And now there is a speech concerning traditional meat products of Carpathian Mountains Ledge, and we are already invited, Professor Migdal.
Yes, my presentation, traditional meat products of Carpathian Mountains Range. I to będzie po angielsku, natomiast chciałbym ten wykład poprowadzić po polsku. Jeżeli chodzi o region Karpat, jest to drugie pod względem wielkości pasmo górskie w Europie, zajmujące powierzchnię około 210 000 km2 i rozciągające się na terenie 7 państw europejskich. Jeszcze niektórzy dokładają Austrię, więc byłoby 8, ale zgodnie z... O, przepraszam, co się stało?
Panie Grześku, możemy prosić, żeby był widok tutaj? Tutaj było OK. To jest to?
To jest PDF-owska?
Nie, to jest PowerPoint. Może tak być.
Może być, to jest chyba to samo.
Bo jeśli tak, no to teraz będzie OK.
OK. OK. Jest. Karpacki region, tak powiedziałem, rozciąga się na terenie 7 państw, w tym 2 państwa nie są członkami Unii Europejskiej, czyli Ukraina i Serbia. Jeżeli chodzi o ludność, która zamieszkuje ten region, to są potomkowie głównie tutejszych górali, ludności autochtonicznej oraz Wołochów. Włosi, którzy rozpoczęli swoją migrację z południowych Bałkanów, najpierw w X i XII wieku na tereny Grecji, ale kulturowo nie bardzo pasowali do filozofów greckich. Ponadto tereny greckie jednak nie obfitowały w taką ilość zielonki, która by wystarczyła dla owiec. Wobec tego skierowali się na północ, poszli łukiem Karpat, aż zatrzymali się na Bramie Morawskiej w Walaszków na terenie dzisiejszych Czech. Jeżeli chodzi o te migracje wołoskie, to tak jak powiedziałem, zatrzymała się ona na przełomie XVI-XVII wieku na terenie Przedmurza Morawskiego. Jeżeli chodzi o samych Wołochów, to była ludność stosunkowo spokojna, więc jak przeszła na tereny obce sobie, to próbowała nawiązać kontakty z ludnością, która zamieszkiwała te tereny i zasymilowała się z nimi. Dzięki temu powstały ludy na terenie tego Przedmurza Karpackiego, takie jak Huculi, jak Bojkowie, jak Babygórcy, jak Łemkowie, jak górale czadeccy, jak pienińscy, nowosądeccy, żywieccy, śląscy, kliszacy, orawianie, podhalanie, spiszacy oraz zagórzanie. Czyli jeszcze raz ta migracja grecka i później łukiem Karpat. Wołosi pędzili ze sobą tak zwane bydło wołoskie. Bydło wołoskie to były głównie owce, kozy oraz drobne bydło w typie dzisiejszego naszego polskiego bydła czerwonego, a później, kiedy osiedli, zaczęli również hodować świnie, między innymi tutaj takim przykładem jest świnia mangalica. Wołosi rozpoczęli tą ekspansję na północ i później na zachód i dzięki temu dzisiaj tą tradycję wołoską mamy we wszystkich krajach. To jeżeli chodzi o bryndzę, to nie tylko jest Polska i Słowacja, ale i Rumunia, ale i na Węgrzech ją spotkamy, ale i w Serbii również taką samą bryndzę, tak samo produkowaną spotkamy. Wołosi dawniej, Wołosi dzisiaj bardzo podobni ale no, trochę inne już dzisiaj mają predyspozycje. Jeżeli chodzi o transport, no to próbowali również przemieszczać się przy pomocy koni i tutaj takim koniem, który praktycznie na całym terenie Karpat występuje, to jest hucuł, który był również podstawowym zwierzęciem dla wojska wołoskiego, które no, zasłużyło się w polskiej historii dosyć znacznie. Jeżeli chodzi o prymitywne rasy wołoskie, które mają w swoim genotypie pochodzenie wołoskie, to jest cakiel, więc tutaj będzie i podhalański cakiel, i wałaszka, i cygaja, i cikta, i raczkarz, i czurkana, i karaczan, i pramelka szybsza, ale wszystko to są owce w typie cakla. Wyglądają przepięknie, natomiast jeżeli chodzi o ich produkcyjność, jeżeli chodzi o użytkowość, no nie są to owce o bardzo wysokich wydajnościach, więc stosunkowo niska wydajność mleczna, również mięsa niedużo, ale dają skórę, dają wełnę, więc to, co było potrzebne ludności wołoskiej. Jeżeli chodzi o kozy, no to głównie bałkańska koza i karpacka koza, która dzisiaj jest odtwarzana w Polsce, już około 100 osobników, 100 matek zarodowych posiadamy, więc odtworzyliśmy oprócz rumuńskiej, karpackiej owcy mamy również polską karpacką. Prymitywne bydło czerwone, to dzisiejsze nasze polskie bydło czerwone, ale również i Sura de Stepa, i Hungarian Grey, czyli to siwe bydło stepowe, i podolskie bydło, z którego też wyszło bydło siwe, no i busaka bydło. Jeżeli chodzi o świnie, to głównie mangalica, resawka i morawka. Już profesor Władimir z Serbii o resawce, morawce wspominał. Mangalica jest świnią praktycznie całego Pogórza Karpackiego, bo występuje a właściwie bałkańskiego, a występuje na terenie zarówno Słowacji, Czech, Węgier, występuje w Serbii, występuje w Czarnogórze, więc jest bardzo wszechstronną świnią, pięknie umaszczoną, ale również i pokrytą szczeciną, która, co niektórzy uważają, że jest to krzyżówka świni z owcą, nic z tego, to jest zawsze świnia. Jeżeli chodzi o Wołochów, utrzymywali zwierzęta dla 3 rzeczy. Utrzymywali dla mleka i produktów mlecznych, czyli głównie dla serów, utrzymywali dla mięsa oraz utrzymywali dla wełna i skóry. Więc to były podstawowe priorytety Wołochów i priorytety, jeżeli chodzi o utrzymanie tych zwierząt, tak zwanego bydła wołoskiego. Jeżeli chodzi o tradycyjne produkty mięsne, to trzeba tutaj wyróżnić jagnięcinę podhalańską oraz jagnięcinę beskidzką. To są produkty produkowane z młodych jagniąt 60-dniowych, które są utrzymywane na terenie polskiej części Karpat, więc głównie w oparciu o tego podhalańskiego naszego cakla, czyli polskiej owcy górskiej dzisiaj. Bardzo podobny produkt spotykamy po stronie słowackiej, zresztą i na terenie rumuńskiej również mamy jagnięcinę, z tym, że jest jeden podstawowy problem dostępności polskiej jagnięciny. Jeżeli dzisiaj mamy około 250 000 owiec, no to trudno nam konkurować z Rumunami, którzy mają 13,5 miliona owiec, czy nawet z maleńką Serbią, która ma 500 000 owiec i potrafi nie tylko zabezpieczyć dla swoich mieszkańców podaż, ale również i eksportuje bardzo mocno. Stąd też głównie Włosi przenieśli w tej chwili swoje priorytety na teren Rumunii i skupują jagnięta rumuńskie, a nasi górale po prostu zostają ze swoimi jagniętami, co nie przysporzy raczej i nie spowoduje wzrostu pogłowia owiec w Polsce. To pogłowie systematycznie spada, wzrostu nie widać, powody są właściwie 2. Po pierwsze, samo mleko i osypek nie udźwignie hodowli i nie rozwinie tej hodowli, a po drugie uwarunkowania weterynaryjne, ubojni, tak zwanych małych ubojni, sezonowych ubojni, na które weterynaria nie bardzo się chce zgodzić. To wszystko sprawia, że pogłowie owiec raczej nie rośnie, a utrzymuje się w tej chwili na tym stałym poziomie. Jeżeli chodzi o Słowację, to na pograniczu słowacko-węgierskim mamy taki produkt mięsny pochodzący z zadniej kończyny, czyli w Waszarlej na Słowacji, czyli Waszarlej Birka-Komp, który jest produktem bardzo podobnym do polskiej polskiej jagnięciny. Na terenie Serbii z kolei mamy owciastelia, czyli owciastelia to jest produkt, to jest cała tuszka owcza, pozbawiona tylko grubych kości, odpowiednio peklowana, następnie wędzona przez 10 dni w temperaturze dymu około 12-18 stopni, później znowu dojrzewana, fermentowana przez około 30 dni w temperaturze 15 stopni i można już ją spożywać, czyli produkt bardzo trwały, no ale tak produkt musiał wyglądać wśród Wołochów, dlatego że przemieszczali się w terenie dosyć ciepłym, no zimą jedynie było ostro. Dochodziło do tego, że na tej północnej stronie Karpat bardzo dużo Wołochów, szczególnie w XIV wieku, w XV wieku zamarzło, łącznie ze swoimi stadami w okolicach Pilzna, w okolicach Dukli. Takie przypadki są odnotowywane, gdzie całe stada i całe rodziny i całe wsie wołoskie zostały unicestwione. Pastrma, czyli pastrami, z kolei jest to wołowy albo owczy mięso, albo z szynki, ewentualnie zadniej, albo z polędwicy. Z tym, że u Wołochów było to zawsze z młodego barana, natomiast wszyscy próbują modyfikować, więc i również wszyscy zmodyfikowali to na mięso wołowe lub mięso nawet wieprzowe. Jeżeli chodzi o szynki wędzone, to tutaj trzeba wymienić polskie szynki wołowe Medesa i Gawora, świetne, wykonywane z mięsa polskiej czerwonej rasy, a ponadto Zlatiborska pscyta, posedarski pscyt, czyli to już są serbskie lub dalmatyńskie szynki wędzone w sposób tradycyjny, trochę inny niż wędzi się w Polsce, ale to za chwilę o tym. Budola z kolei jest preparowana ze świni, z karkówki wieprzowej i również dojrzewana i wędzona delikatnie, produkt również z terenów dzisiejszej Serbii. Jeżeli chodzi o kiełbasy, kiełbasa jest typowym produktem pogranicza nie tylko polsko-słowackiego, ale i również rejonu Karpat, z tym, że trochę inaczej produkcja tej kiełbasy wygląda po stronie północnej, inaczej po stronie południowej. Jeżeli chodzi o południe i Karpat, to kiełbasy są głównie doprawiane przy pomocy pieprzu i papryki. Natomiast po stronie północnej, czyli już tej polskiej tutaj, częściowo również i czeskiej, ale i również to zahacza o Spisz słowacki, tam jest doprawianie przy pomocy czosnku i pieprzu. Natomiast druga różnica to jest samo wędzenie i dalsza obróbka, czyli te po południowej stronie kiełbasy są raczej fermentowane lub dojrzewane i suszone, natomiast te po północnej, w tym polskie, są bardzo mocno wędzone, stąd też nasi producenci mają problem z pozostałościami wielopierścieniowych węglowodorów aromatycznych, ale jakoś to w tej chwili się unormowało, bo bardzo mocno zostali pouczeni, zostali przeszkoleni, jak wędzić, żeby się mieścić w tych granicach, które ustaliła Unia Europejska. Jeżeli chodzi o trzeci problem, to jest sprawa tego fermentacji i dojrzewania, czyli to, co raczej po północnej stronie nie jest spotykane, przynajmniej na terenie południowej Polski, a po stronie słowackiej, czeskiej i węgierskiej czy serbskiej widzimy, że tamte produkty są w ten sposób utrwalane. Jeżeli chodzi o takie typowe kiełbasy charakterystyczne dla tych rejonów, no to z polskich kiełbas to będzie krakowska sucha, lisiecka, żywiecka, śląska, tuchowska, wiejska, no i myśliwska. Natomiast jeżeli chodzi o bardzo popularna, szczególnie w XX wieku, wołowa kiełbasa serwolatka, po stronie czeskiej to będą spekaczki, utopęce i kiełbasa dziadkowa czy tatowa. Po słowackiej stronie popularna krańska klobasa, po węgierskiej części czobaj, mangalica, dżulaj, natomiast po serbskiej zlatiborski kulen, lewaczka, kobasica i sremska kobasica. Natomiast jeżeli chodzi o lokalne słowackie produkty, no to trzeba wymienić tutaj krwawniczki. No po naszej stronie to będą te krwiste kiszki. czy krwiste kiełbasy oraz jaternice, czyli wykonywane z podrobów produkty. Jeżeli chodzi o salami, salami jest specyficzną kiełbasą, charakterystyczną głównie dla Słowacji, Czech, Węgier i Serbii, może mniej popularne po stronie polskiej. I tutaj trzeba wymienić, bo to jest kiełbasa dojrzewająca, minimum 60, a nawet 90 dni w przypadku rumuńskich salami. Czyli tutaj trzeba wymienić babicz, czyli to takie tradycyjne rumuńskie salami, oraz budapesztańską i segredyńską salami, teli salami, czyli jesienne salami. Tam rozróżnia się jesienne i całoroczne salami, ale w tej chwili Węgrzy już poszli na całoroczne salami. Śremska salama to z kolei salami z Serbii, dojrzewa przez około 42 dni. Oraz salami z Sybiu rumuńskie, to z kolei dojrzewa 90 dni, więc dosyć trwały produkt, no ale w tej temperaturze, w tej kulturze on musi być trwały. Petrowska kulen, czyli to jest serbski typ kiełbasy, najczęściej wieprzowa, ale z dodatkiem również i około 20% tłuszczu. Jeżeli chodzi pirotska peglana kobasica, to jest również produkt serbski, produkowana specjalnie, później jak gdyby walcowana przy pomocy wałków, żeby miała kształt takiej podkowy płaskiej, dojrzewa w temperaturze i wędzona jest w temperaturze około 75 stopni. Sucuk to jest produkt, który ma wspólne korzenie również i z tureckimi, z ludnością turecką, jest na terenie Bałkanów taki produkt wołowy oczywiście, bo to tylko i wyłącznie wołowy sucuk tam się produkuje, natomiast na terenie Bułgarii, Kazachstanu jeszcze i koński, mięsa końskiego. No i kabanosy typowe dla Polski, ale również i pogranicza, bo i na Słowacji, również i w Czechach zobaczymy, czy spotkamy kabanosy. Powinny być wieprzowe z nazwy, natomiast bywa różnie. Ja już widziałem kabanosy rybne, więc niczemu się nie mogę dziwić. Jeżeli chodzi o wędzoną słoninę, no to szalona, czyli węgierska paprykowa słonina wędzona polska, no i salo jako ukraińskie sało, łącznie z takim tradycyjnym produktem lwowskim, czyli lwowskim snickersem, to jest sało oblewane czekoladą. Tylko i wyłącznie we Lwowie można go spróbować. Mitetej to jest z kolei rumuński produkt, mały on, czyli tak zawijane rolatki z mięsa najczęściej wieprzowego, ale może być i baranie, może być i wołowe. Jeżeli chodzi o połączenie mięsa i kiszonej kapusty, to tutaj będziemy mieli po stronie polskiej kwaśnicę, która jest z wkładką oczywiście mięso, najlepiej, żeby to było mięso jagnięce. Natomiast po stronie słowackiej będziemy mieli kapustnicę, po stronie czeskiej zelnaczkę, natomiast w Serbii będziemy mieli podwarak. To jest wszystko na bazie kiszonej kapusty. Jeżeli chodzi o połączenie mięsa i papryki, no to popularny, wszechobecny gulasz, z tym, że to głównie węgierska specjalność, ale i na terenie Czech, na terenie Słowacji, w Polsce również, z tym, że my raczej robimy gulasz w typie porkoletu, bo Węgrzy rozróżniają aż 4 rodzaje produktów połączenia mięsa papryki, czyli gulasz, porkolet, paprykarz, tylko to nic nie ma wspólnego z paprykarzem szczecińskim, oraz raut. Jeżeli chodzi o różnice, to tak jak powiedziałem, to jest sprawa wędzenia, czyli wędzenie delikatnym dymem, to zarówno dotyczy serów, jak i wędlin po stronie słowacko-czeskiej i węgierskiej i intensywnego, gorącego wędzenia po stronie polskiej. Dziękuję bardzo za uwagę. Przepraszam, że to przed kolacją, ale myślę, że będzie nam smakowało. Last presentation, Untitled Traditional Dairy Product of Southern Poland. Prezent dr inżynier Dorota Najgebauer-Lejko, Uniwersytet Agriculture in Kraków.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Thank you, Professor, for introducing me. The title of my presentation is Traditional Dairy Products in Southern Poland. During my presentation, I would like to focus on dairy animals, milk, semi-liquid and liquid dairy products, and of course cheeses produced in 3 voivodeships, namely Malopolska, Silesian and Subcarpathian voivodeships. This region is in a large part located in harsh mountainous area of the Carpathian mountain range. It is famous for long and rich, well-preserved food tradition. When we talk about traditional dairy products, women products, milk products obtained from native local dairy animals and or produced using traditional methods without any artificial additives, only natural, for example, with spices. A production of such products is strongly connected with the region where it's performed, with its history and tradition, and constitutes an important element of the material and intangible heritage. These products are also characterized by outstanding quality, especially sensory properties, which are highly appreciated by the more aware consumers. We have different systems to protect and promote traditional foods, like European system, protected designation of origin, PDO, protected geographical indication, PGE, and traditional specialty guaranteed. Among 8 dairy products in Poland, 3 are cheeses, and all these 3 cheeses come from Malopolska and Silesian voivodeships. Namely, they are Brędza Podhalańska, Oscypek, and Redykołka. We have also some national systems to protect high quality of traditional products. For example, quality tradition mark and list of traditional products, which is kept by Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development of Poland. As it comes to quality tradition mark, it is established by Polish Chamber of Regional Local Products to products with long history of production, at least 50-year-old history of production, with maintaining original recipe, traditional raw materials and technology. The highest quality arising from highest standard of production, reputation and other unique characteristics is also specific for this kind of products. Among different products awarded with quality tradition mark, we have 10 products from 5 producers from Malopolska voivodeship, including 4 cheeses, white cheeses called Twarog, milk from Polish Red Cow breed, natural kefir and double cream from Dairy Cooperative in Skała, and 3 butters from Bochnia, Skała and Miechów, also from dairy cooperatives. In Silesian voivodeship, we have 2 products, both are processed cheeses from Tychy. And Subcarpathian voivodeship, we have 3 products from 1 producer, 2 twarogs and 1 butter from Jasienica Rosielna. Products can be also entered into the list of traditional products of the Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development. Into this list, there are products with quality and unique characteristics and properties result from the application of the traditional production methods with at least 25-year-old history, which are part of the cultural heritage of the region where they are produced and are a part of identity of the local society. And among different products on the list of traditional products, in Malopolska voivodeship we have 13 products, 7 are cheeses, 1 milk from Polish Red Cow, curdled milk and sour cream, rzętyca, and ice cream from Nowy Sącz and ice cream from Nowy Targ. In Silesian Voivodeship, we have 12 products, 10 cheeses, rzętyca, and curded milk, which is called Śląska Kiszka. And Subcarpathian Voivodeship can boast with 25 products, 24 are cheeses, and 1 sour cream. When it comes to dairy animals, in Southern Poland, the most popular, of course, is cow's milk. We have one native Polish cow breed called Polish Red Cattle. Data in brackets are only for Malopolska Voivodeship. This is a rather small animal, red-colored, well adapted to harsh mountainous conditions, giving a relatively low milk yield, but this milk is characterized by outstanding quality. To the best of my knowledge, there are 2 products, but pasteurized and standardized as it comes to fat content, produced by dairies in southern Poland. The first is milk from Limanowa, milk from Polish red cow breed, of course, and the second from Bochnia. It's not very easily available in the market, but sometimes you can buy it. When we want to compare the composition of milk from Polish red cow and the most popular Polish Holstein Friesian, the first one is characterized by lower daily milk yield, but higher content of protein, including bioactive lactoferrin and lysozyme, lower content of saturated fatty acids, but higher content of monounsaturated and polyunsaturated fatty acids, including conjugated linoleic acid, bioactive, of course, and higher content of calcium. Not only cow's milk is used for dairy production in southern Poland, we have also a sheep, one native breed, Polish mountain sheep, white and color variety, which is protected by the Genetic Resources Conservation and Program. And used milk is especially good for production of cheeses and fermented milks, because when we compare it to cow's milk, it contains higher amount of total solids, including especially protein, casein, mineral components. It is also higher in calories, contains more CLA, DNs, higher content of free fatty acids, higher content of carotenoids and riboflavin, and it has also better bacteriostatic characteristics. It's also very important when we want to produce, for example, cheese. Another dairy animals are, of course, goats. The most popular breed is white and color noble goats, but typical mountain breed is Carpathian goat. Goat's milk versus cow's milk. There are not many differences in basic chemical composition, but there are differences in the structure, for example, fat globules or casein micelles, and in proportion of nitrogen compounds, for example, higher content on non-protein nitrogen compounds, higher content of minerals in goat's milk. Goat's milk also gives softer curd as it comes to texture, lower thickness and density. And no products from goat's milk at this moment are registered at the European Union level. And what is also specific for the region, the goats are kept and goat's milk is used mainly in small agrotourism farms in southern Poland. It is used for direct consumption, for production of processed milk and dairy products, including cheeses. And as it comes to traditional fermented liquid or semi-liquid products from cow's milk, the most popular is fermented milk. It is registered in the list of traditional Poland in the Pan Malopolska Voivodeship as siadłe mleko from Limanowa, and in the Silesian Voivodeship it is called Śląska Kiszka. It is produced from cow's milk, raw cow's milk without pasteurization. It is fermented by native lactic acid bacteria present in milk, usually in a stone pot at temperature of about 20 centigrades for 8 to 12 hours. Traditionally, it is consumed as a refreshing drink with potatoes or bread, or it is processed to obtain twaróg, white cheese. And another liquid or semi-liquid product is sour cream, acidic cream. The only registered in the Małopolska voivodeship is śmietana, it's in Polish cream, from Limanowa. We have also traditional drink from use or mixture of use and cow's milk called the rzętyca. It is non-fermented when it's fresh or fermented when it's left for a few days. Whey obtained during cheese production of oscypek and buns. It's not only a simple drink because it contains also whey proteins which are coagulated during heating of whey to the temperature above 90 centigrades. It is churned and pickled by a ladle. Rzętyca was seen in the list of traditional products of the Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development in 2005. Composition, it's not as liquid as milk because it contains 60 to 70% of water, up to 0.5% of fat, and 2 to 4% of salt, depending on milk type. Color is white or slightly creamy, taste sweet, or acid if rzętyca is left for a few days for fermentation. And the most important, the most large group of traditional dairy products in southern Poland are, of course, cheeses. As it was said before by previous speakers, we have 3 cheeses registered with PDO indication. All of them are from southern Poland, from Małopolska and Silesia. And they are produced from Polish mountain sheep exclusively from milk of Polish mountain sheep, or it is possible to add cow's milk, but only up to 40% and only from Polish red cattle breed. These cheeses are Brędza podhalańska, the first registered cheese, oscypek and Redykołka. And a few words about these cheeses. Oscypek, I think, is the most famous cheese in Poland. It's flagship product of Podhale. Here are some characteristic physical and chemical given in this table. It's important that only cheeses which meet this characteristic can be named oscypek. Oscypek can be produced only in registered shepherd's huts, called in Polish bacówka, and using only traditional methods, only traditional utensils, often wooden, are used for oscypek production. And it's in Goral dialect called puciera, which is a wooden bucket used for milk. Kotlicek is a copper kettle used for heating milk. Czerpak is a wooden cup, often carved, used to measure curd needed for one oscypek cheese, or also rzętyca is offered to tourists in such a cup. And ferula, a kind of big wooden fork used for cutting of the curd. Sheep are milked for oscypek production only during pasture season from May to September, and one sheep can give 60 to 70 liters of milk per one pasture season. They are usually milked twice a day. Then milk is warmed, and rene, called in Goral's dialect klak, is added. Coagulation takes place for 30 to 40 minutes, and then curd is cut or rather beaten. and is left for half an hour to let the whey release from the curd. Then it's pressed and it is pressed and removed to the cherry pack to have a suitable portion for one cheese. It's also grinded, forming as a ball, piercing with a screwer to let the whey be released from a core of a cheese. It is scalded in hot water or whey, but it is made by hand. The temperature is about 70 centigrades. It is shaped as a double corner spindle, and wooden carved ring called oscypiarka is placed around the cheese. It is why this cheese is called oscypek, because of this form called oscypiarka. The next stage is pucenie, a final smoothing, preserving shape in cold water. This is how it looks at this stage of production. Then it is salted in brine. This brine is called in dialect rosso, so the name of the stage of production is rossolenie. It takes up to 24 hours, and then it is dried for, let's say, 12 to 24 hours and smoked. Usually beech wood is used for smoking. It's called smoking. It takes 3 to 7 days. And basic composition, as it comes to comparison between use oscypek and oscypek produced from mixed use and cow's milk, there are many differences because all of them contain on average 66% of dry matter, almost 30% of protein, 27% of fat, almost 3% of carbohydrates, and 6.6% of ash. Mineral composition slightly differs, and the characteristic in very rich aroma of this cheese is composed of phenolic compounds which are produced during wood smoking. But according to the study of Professor Migdał, there is no excessive amounts of aromatic hydrocarbons in oscypek, and so it's not dangerous. It also contains products of fermentation processes like ketones, carboxylic acids, aldehydes, free fatty acids. And oscypek, as I said, is produced only in certified log huts, shepherd's huts. Here's a map which is called Oscypek Cheese Trail. The map with places where this cheese and other cheeses are produced, when we can come buy cheese or try the taste or learn something about production. And Redykołka, another cheese registered as PDO, is very similar to oscypek. It's smaller in size and it has a shape of, for example, animal heart or spindle. The mass is up to 300 grams and date of registration 2005. And Brędza podhalańska is a soft spreadable rennet cheese, the first Polish product with PDO indication. It is produced from buns, which is seasoned and fermented for few days, mixed with salt and ripened even for 1 year. It is produced in a certain area, which is listed here. Also physical characteristic, chemical composition. Cheeses with this name must, of course, meet these criteria. And Gazdowski cheese, it is not PDO cheeses. At the first glance, it's similar to oscypek, but it is produced only from cow's milk, so it can be produced throughout the whole year and has different shape, cylinder shape, different mass. It's more soft and elastic, less hard than oscypek. Buns is a soft rennet lamb cheese from raw use milk. It can be fresh, then it is sweet or slightly acidic after ripening for a few days. It has a content of water 55%, protein 18%, and 22% of fat. And the yield is 2.5 kilograms of cheese from 2.5 liters of used milk. And these are very interesting cheeses produced in Kowalowa village in Malopolska, called Gomułki Kowalowskie. Very long tradition of production of gomułki, because the name Gomułka was confirmed in 16th century. It is produced from twaróg with herbs, for example, of mint, slowly dried in the sun or oven. Similar products are produced in Subcarpathian voivodeship. They are called szyszki piwne, in English beer cones because of their shape. They are produced from twaróg eggs or yolks, salt, spices, which are blended in a special bowl called donica, formed by hands and slowly dried in an oven. They are produced near Sieniawa. And twaróg cheese, the most popular cheese in Poland. Polish people love white cheese twaróg. There are many reasons. It is low price, low calories, because of dietary habits, long tradition. It's relatively also easy to product, so it's produced also at home. It is produced in dairies. It is also a very important ingredient in Polish cuisine, for example, for cheesecake or dumplings. The twaróg listed in the list of traditional products in the Malopolska voivodeships come from districts near Limanowa, Wieliczka and Bochnia. This cheese is produced in a shape of wedges, cubes or blocks. And cheeses from goat's milk, as I said, no cheeses from Malopolska registered in the list of traditional products, but we have many cheeses from Subcarpathian voivodeship. Here are examples: Subcarpathian white or smoked goat cheese, goat brindza, Wallachian white or small goat cheese, goat buns, and Wallachian goat cheese from the Wisłok Valley. And at the end, also examples of other different cheeses produced in southern Poland, in dairy cooperatives or at the agrotourism farms. There's Cows Rennescalded smoked cheeses. They are very popular, often referred as regional or mountain, in different shapes like strings, sticks, plates, cylinders, rolls, oval shapes, balls. Produced from pasteurized milk, cow-use brindza cheese called brindza sądecka. Also dairies in southern Poland produce Swiss-type cheeses and Dutch-type cheeses. Processed and fried cheeses. Processed cheeses are produced from rennet cheeses and fried cheeses from twaróg. They are very popular in Silesia. Goat cheeses are produced mainly in the agrotourism farms. Here's an example of a small family farm in Ząb where the animals are kept like sheep and cows. I think someone of you may recognize this place as one of the study trips organized here. So this is how it looks. Where to buy traditional products, dairy products in southern Poland? They can be bought directly in log huts, in farms, in some using internet sale or during some marketplaces like this. This is a Targ Pietruszkowy. In English it would be parsley market, yes, in Kraków. And the example of a cheese stall when you can buy cow-use, goat cheeses, smoked, unsmoked, fresh, white cheeses, rennet smell cheeses, plain. There are also very popular cheeses with herbs, for example, black caraway, fenugreek, nettle, wild garlic, and cheeses in southern Poland are also produced in the Department of Animal Product Technology of our university. Here are cheeses produced and analyzed with cooperation with Slovak University in Nitra. Cheeses produced by us with white garlic. They are produced as soft rennet cheeses produced from cow's milk from Polish red and compared with cheeses produced from Holstein-Friesian cows. And preliminary results here is procedure of production and photographs taken during this production and analysis. The most interesting results are regards fatty acid profile, which was not in accordance with literature findings because we found that cheeses from Polish red cows were more abundant in saturated fatty acid than cheeses from HF cows, but contain higher contents of polyunsaturated fatty acid. There was no significant differences in CLA content. And what about herbs? White garlic herbs give some more myristoleic fatty acid and lower content of proic and tridecylic fatty acid. And another interesting results regarding proteolysis measured by two methods. It was observed that cheeses from Holstein-Friesian were more prone to proteolysis than cheeses from Polish red, and of course also cheeses with herbs also were more prone to proteolysis than natural without any additives. Of course, herbs give some antioxidant capacity to cheeses measured by the two methods. Microbiological quality was not affected by the white garlic addition or cow's breed, except for yeast growth, which was inhibited after addition of white garlic. No effect on pH and water activity, texture. The cheeses with garlic were harder, there was higher fracturability, chewiness. Of course, color was changed. Sensory quality was good, very good. In 5-point scale, it was above 4. And analysis performed in NITRA about aromatic compounds in cheeses. It was observed that cheeses from Polish red cow breed differed as regards aromatic compounds from Holstein-Friesian breed. And thank you for your attention, and sorry for talking too fast about slow food.
Thank you very much. Please take a look at the presentation. Thank you very much. Conclusion, the Carpathian mountain range is very, very interesting region for culinary tourists. This region have beautiful mountain, beautiful panoramas, and very good quality and safety animal and milk product, and also wine and Tokaj. Thank you very much. And any questions and discussion between dinner.
So maybe we'll continue with the next, Emilia.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we start the third session, and at the first person, please, Professor Matej Pospiech from University of Veterinary Science, Brno, Czech Republic, to present us the referee about habitual products of Małopolska and the Czech Republic.
Thank you, Dr. Bernash, for introduction. Maybe, and also thank you, all of you, then you are still there because it's late time. So I hope that the presentation will be introduced, also interesting for you. So, at the beginning, I would like to say it's not typical because usually the people don't present their own university or school, but we have some changes in our head of university, and also the name of university was changed. So in that case, I would like to say that during the project NAWA, we changed a little bit our organization, and in present time we are a University of Veterinary Sciences Brno. At the beginning of the project we have also some faculty with pharmaceutical, but now we are much more targeting to veterinary science and also to Faculty of Veterinary Hygiene and Ecology Science. Just briefly, our subjects are also veterinary hygiene and ecology, food safety and quality, animal protection and quality, and health and food quality and gastronomy. So you see that we are still connected with the topic of cultural heritage of small homelands. Our department are targeted to plant origin, foodstuff, hygiene and technology, and this is also the reason why we are in the third section about the plants product. In the Czech Republic and also in the Malopolsk, in the Poland, there exists some region, and some of them are much more closer than another. In the slide, you can see Malopolska region here, and also South Moravia and Silesia of the Czech Republic. During the project, we was a really nice opportunity to thinking about the product which are similar in each countries, and with some conclusion, I would like to introduce some conclusion I will introduce in this presentation. So definitely, like in Poland and Czech Republic, in that selected region, there are also some sub-areas, but I will not talking about that because we have presentation at the beginning in the second section where was show also some differences in the agriculture and also in the urban organization. So I would like to say just few words about our topic of plants materials. Also, I think it was not mentioned in other presentation, but I would like to say that also good benefit from this project was that we can start thinking much more about the history, because usually our targeted are some new knowledges about the product, but we found out, according to project, that some information can be also found in some historical topic. So in that case, for the participation, we also collected plenty of ethnological data, some national habits, traditional producer, and also the traditional products. For the comparison, we was targeting for information from Poland as well as from Czech Republic. In the catalog, we was prepare the information about the traditional bakery products, processed vegetable, beverages, and honeys and beekeeping. Definitely, there exists much more raw material, much more product which can be introduced or which we can work for another project or another times. The source of information for that was also from different kind of sources, and usually when we want thinking about the heritage, we can't use just scientific journals because there is some new information and the topic is quite close to the scientific point of view. So in that case, we was also thinking and looking for something in magazines, as well books, television, European legislation, national legislation, and also in some databases, like was introduced by Professor Marcinczak, like some Ambrosia, but also in government, national web page where we can find information about the traditional products. For our topic, we was found information usually from 1930 to present time, and from the older sources, we usually was looking for the traditional product. If it's really tradition, if are there some mention about that product, and also we were thinking about that product in the new scientific knowledges, which is, I think, the best things how we can propagate it, the products. So just a few words about the raw material of plants origin, which we have in that catalog. Bread making, it's the main important product, or bread is the main important product which can definitely help to us to live because it's good source of energy. There also exists some long-staying tradition, also included by well-known saying, like you can see on the presentation in two versions, Czech and the Polish. Koho chleba jiš, toho píseň zpívej in the Czech, but also this similar meaning we can find in Polish. Kdo číž chleba je, tego pieśń śpiewa. I'm sorry for Polish pronunciation, but it's the same meaning, and we can find this information in really far. It's usually the root of the culture, some proverbs. So the bread is basis of the diet, and it's really important to know and also to propagate it. Then the old kind of product have different than the new one. Usually in present time the bread is produced like a dye bread because they are not living culture. But in the oldest recipes it was usually used also dry, and from the rye was naturally fermented, so it doesn't contain just the yeast, it contains also lactic acid bacteria, which have impact to technology process, impact to taste and flavor, as well as impact to probiotic culture inside. We found that in Polish side is much more traditional breads, which is regulated by your own national regulation. And in the Czech Republic, there is also some of them, but you see that in Polish, in Malopolska region is 4, and in Czech Republic is just 2 bread. What is similar is using of soft dough, and also there is used dry as the one part, important part of this kind of bread. Also, what was for me interesting, because in present time is much common than the bread or bakery product are produced in one portion size, but you see then the tradition bread was much bigger. Why? There is reason, because when we use sourdough and rye, usually these products are with longer shelf life. So in that case, it's no problem also to produce or to sell the bread with so big size. And still, we can, during the week, we can cut it and eat it, and still is fresh. What kind of product is also, we can be in phases, is the sauerkraut. The sauerkraut, it was some product also mentioned by Professor Miguel, because he mentioned the soup, which is produced from this kind of cabbage. You see, the Proverbs also pay attention for this product, and it's interesting that we can find it, both of them, in other countries, Czech and Poland. And the Proverbs both mean that who eats sauerkraut, have good life. The sauerkraut is also integral part of rural and urban population, and I think that tradition of eating was according to environment, the climate condition in the countries where cabbage can be really easily growing, and also to necessary produce product which can be stored for a long time. So in that case, both countries can have tradition in sauerkraut production. In picture, you can see also the equipment which was using, old equipment which was using for sauerkraut production. Usually, sauerkraut was also used for the whole meal, and usually with potatoes is typical simple dishes. And also important thing is that is source of probiotic bacteria, which are nature in other regions. What is also interesting that in sauerkraut is some different habits in Poland and Czech Republic. I would like to emphasize two of them: nošovické kysané zely and čarnická fermented cabbage, or čarnická sauerkraut. And you can see that also for that product are some typical varieties which are usually used for the production, but I would like to emphasize that there are different preparation. In Czech are typical that there is use salt, definitely, as well in Poland, but also cumin or mustard seeds are used in Czech. So the taste is quite different. Also, fermentation is different, so we can expect that lactic acid bacteria and yeast, which can be also there, can be different, and also it's, I think, possibility to continue with research in that field. The honey beekeeping, I think that it was not mentioned in animal parts, but it's something between the animal product and plant products, because in reality the honey is product from the animals, from the bee, but it's the source of honey is the nectar from the plant, so it's something between them. Definitely in any countries, everybody know pracovníci jak pčoly, pilní jak včelka, so this is, I think, these have really deep roots in our culture. What is also interesting that beekeeping was changed, totally changed during the ages, and it started as zbierači miodu or brtnici, so it was honey hunting, and in present time is much close to the typical animal keeping, so it's some special condition and we can keep the bees there. So, what is interesting about honey? That in your country, in Polish, there exists plenty of special honeys, and are produced not just the special nectar, special source of plant-sucking insect, but also there are from different breed of bees. In Czech Republic, we have just one, and it's some breeding management. Then we keeping one breed of the bees. But in Poland, according to climate and according to some natural barrier, you have still your own breed of the bees. And in that case, your honeys are quite different. And I think in this case, it's possible to buy really interesting honeys in Poland. The condition for the honeys are quite similar, but there are some differences. Maybe I would like to mention the content of diastasis is enzymes which are nature in honey, and it came from the bees. And when is higher content of diastasis, it means that honey is much more fresh and much more light. So it's interesting that in your regulation, the limit is much higher for your own honeys than in Czech, for example, and still is more than European regulation, where is smaller. It was mentioned also at the beginning of our conference that in the Czech Republic is typical to produce the fruit distillery. The typical one is Slivovice. This is the fruit distillates, which is really well known in whole Europe, whole world. But definitely also in Polish, we found that there exists a special kind of this product. You can see also proverbs that mention it's much more, because you know that drinking of alcohol is much more social than nutrition effect. And in that case, also the proverbs is much more funny than something which can help us to live or something. The plum came to Europe early 15th century, so it's nothing really traditional, but we can say that it's traditional. Differences between the whiskey or some different vodka alcohols are that for fruit distillates, we can also use spontaneous fermentation. So it's something like with the wine, when we can say about the terroir, because that spontaneous fermentation can be, it's a case by yeasts, which are typical in some region. So that product will be different than the product from the same raw material, but from different area. Also good to mention is that fruit distillates contain not just ethanol. They contain also some volatile substances which are important for taste, generally for taste. And it can change the organoleptic properties. So you can see that also, I think you know that, but it's good to share this information also in Czech Republic, in Slovak Republic. So I would say just that you have maybe much more information about your own traditional Slivovic than in Czech Republic, because it's true that in Czech in some Moravia is slivovitz produced in each village, in many houses, own self. But there is not propagation for that, it's not regulation for that, so maybe the way which you choose in Poland can be for us inspiration. What say to conclusion? Traditional products are more specifically described for many commodities in Poland. The development of agritourism and the sale of specific products at folk festival or smaller markets can be the basis for special product. When I go there, I was called to my friend, my classmate from university, and I call him and he write me SMS. I'm sorry, I'm in Poland. Can you call me later? Okay, I call him later at the evening, and I was asking him, what are you doing in the Poland? I go there for the traditional market because he lives close to border, and it's typical for us, for Czech people. Then we know that in your marketplace we can find the product which are also interesting for us. Maybe it will be good to share this experience also with much farther cities from the border. What else? Appropriate legislation protection of traditional product is a must, it's true. And also using new scientific knowledges to promote traditional product is a good way how we can continue with cultural heritage of small homelands of all of our countries. And that was the last. So thank you for attention.
Thank you very much. We have a very short time for the next two presentations because the second presentation we can't have it because Ms. Gabriela Zięć is ill, she is absent, and now I want to invite Professor Wiktor Berski to present his presentation, and you have only 10 minutes, and at the same time we'll have the third presentation. Very sorry, but we haven't time. Okay.
Jak to zmienić? Wiem, tylko jak to zmienić? Nie, to no, okay.
Też masz PDF?
Nie, to jest PowerPoint. Ladies and gentlemen, I was told that I have to save your time, so I'll be a little bit in a rush. So I'm going to, it's really going to be a brief history of potato cultivation usage in Poland. Potatoes are one of the most important edible crop in the world. In fact, third one after the wheat and rice. Its production is growing because the human population is growing, is expanding. But in the northern hemisphere, its production declines because we are no longer using them as a feed for pigs. What is the production? Totally our 370 million tons. Is a lot? Yes, but when you compare to the other crops, it's not really. There are more important crops like the cereals, for example. But the maize is also produced for the feed. Why the emergence of potatoes was so important? Because for the first time in Europe, there was a plant that provided enough food for everybody. Before the introduction of potatoes, people were starving in Europe. And when the potatoes appeared, they produced a lot of food, especially if we compare to the wheat and barley. So potato produce much more food from the 1 hectare. Also, we now know that potatoes produce much more calories from 1 liter of water, but we know it now. Potatoes really revolutionized the face of Europe. For the first time, there was a plant that provided enough food, so people were not starving. It was cheap, and also it is important. It contains rather modest amounts of vitamin C, so the problem of scurvy was no longer valid. So, provides food, no hunger, and no problem with the scurvy. Some history. It's originated from the South America. It was consumed already 15,000 years ago. It is cultivated for 10,000 years. It was cultivated pretty high, something 4,000 meters over the sea level. This is Rysy, it's the highest Polish peak. So that's the difference. They entered Europe as a consequence of so-called Columbian exchange. So some plants from the so-called New World were introduced. Also, we sent our European plants and animals to the New World. When it was introduced to Poland, it's really hard to say. I will tell you that officially it was in the 17th century after the Vienna relief, but you will see that it was just like the baptism of Poland. We know the date, but in fact it was not the baptism of Poland, but it was the baptism of the court. For the wider scale, they were introduced at the half of the 18th century. But there is also a problem. When the potatoes were introduced into cultivation, the Poland ceased to exist. At the end of the 18th century, we were divided into 3 neighboring countries. And in fact, in each part of Polish land, the story was quite different. The best situation for the potato cultivation was in the German, Prussian part of Poland. The worst situation was in the Russian Empire, so-called Congress Poland. Later, we have also the second shift of our borders, I mean, after the World War II, and this will be also, for some reasons, important. Oh, sorry. Okay, I produced my own table. Officially, it was introduced here, 1683. But before, in the 16th century, potatoes were already known in Wrocław, but at this time of the history, Wrocław was not a Polish city. So it's really tricky. As I said, rather wide distribution of potatoes occurred during the reign of August. It's the king from the Saxon. What else? There was a Prussian king who tried to introduce by government orders the potato cultivation. He tried to do it several times, and and in fact, potatoes were introduced into the 19th century. In fact, second half. There was in the 1917th, the end of the Napoleonic period, there is an attempt to cultivate potatoes in Krzeszowice. It's close to Kraków, 25 kilometers west of Kraków, but was rather unsuccessful. So, in fact, the second half of the 19th century, potatoes are really introduced and cultivated on a broad scale. So it became the staple food in the 60s, 70s of the 19th century. But at almost the same time, in the Russian Empire, they're almost a scarce plant. But this is the beginning of the 20th century. As you can see, in fact, you cannot see the Polish land because it's covered with the dots. Each dot is 1,000 acres when the potatoes were cultivated. What was later? The potatoes saved our lives during the German occupation because there was enough potatoes for Polish people. And later, after the war, some problems emerged. Well, I mean, Colorado beetle, in Polish stonka. On 1st of June, in the government newspaper, it was announced that this beetle was introduced, parachuted by the so-called imperialistic forces. It wasn't not true, but in fact, there was a rather problem with the plant protection. But it's interesting that, in fact, 3 weeks later, the Korean War broke up. And in the 70s, Poland was on the third, or in 72, in the second place as the world's most important potato producers. In 72, we produce over 52 million tons of potatoes. Sorry, I'm in a rush, but I was asked to be. Okay, there is, to give you an impression about how the potatoes are important, or were important, I will provide you with such data. This data are related to the potato consumption in the Russian part of Poland when we were divided. As you can see, it started modestly. In fact, it was Warsaw Duchy, so the Napoleonic period, but was increasing. Before the World War I started, it was 420 kilograms per person per year. Now we are consuming in Poland less than 100 kilograms, so it's 4 times more. Okay. During German occupation, as I said, potatoes saved our lives, but this ration was really low. And after the war, the consumption was pretty high, but was decreasing. Slowly decreasing, and below 100 kilograms per capita per year is year 2016. Sorry, I will rush, but I think I can finish now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. And the last person is Kavya Venugopal from University of Krakow. Please tell us about forest edible mushrooms and medical ethnic plants in the world, traditional methods of processing and protection. And about 10 minutes.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Kavya Venugopal, and today I will be talking about a few medicinal ethnic plants and edible mushrooms of Western Ghats, which is a part of India. And yes, so the main source of food and main source of food for ethnic people in regions, the main source of edible food are consumed in the form of roots, tubers, rhizomes, fruits, and seeds. And also they are a major part of agriculture and horticulture produce because they have high productivity and also they have better resistance towards pests and diseases. And a number of plants are also used as medicines, as like antidotes for snake bites, healing of wounds, arthritis, etc. So this is a global map of indigenous people, and these people live in the most hostile regions in the world, which are very rich in biodiversity. Also, there are around 300 indigenous people living in the world, around 150 concentrated in Asia, around 30 million in Central and South America, and rest scattered in parts of Australia, New Zealand, and other islands. So here are some pictures of ethnic tribal people from India. So these are from northern region. This is from eastern part, central India, and southern part of India. So there are around 68 million traditional ethnic groups that are 68 million people who are identified as ethnic people, around 573 ethnic groups which are originated from 6 racial stocks. And today I will be presenting a few ethnic medicinal plants and also edible forest mushrooms from Western Ghats of India. Out of the 17 biodiversity hotspots in India, in the world, 2 of them are in India. That is, one is Western Ghats, and the other is the northern part of India, which lies on the foothills of Himalayas, and also northeastern part. So in this region, that is Western Ghats, it is identified as the UNESCO World Heritage. It's a World Heritage Center identified by UNESCO. And here approximately 3,000 plants species which are endemic to this region are present. And around 77% of amphibians and 60% of reptiles which are found in this part are not found anywhere else. So here are some plants that I will be presenting which have some special properties. This is a plant called Buchanania lanzan, and the extract from this is used as an antidote for snake bites. And it has some special compounds like selidinol, vomicine, and epinetol, and they have wound healing, anti-diarrheal, antioxidant properties, and also many other positive health properties. And in a case study where the extract from this plant was used to test lethality, 50% of hemolysis was significantly neutralized by this extract of this plant. And a few plants are used for bone setting and healing, and 2 of them are Alternanthera sessilis and Sida cordifolia. And in case studies where the extract of Alternanthera sessilis was introduced orally, they had faster wound healing compared to control groups, and they also have confirmed sterols in their extracts. And in Sida cordifolia, when the methanol gel extract was applied on the wound, it showed faster healing than compared to diabetic wound control group. And they also, the extract also shows presence of phenolic compounds and also gallic acid. The Scolius species is one of the most interesting genus in the family Lamiaceae because they're very aromatic, and since they're very aromatic, they're used in production of oil, and this plant is used in treating number of ailments in different categories. So it's used in respiratory problems where the plant is made into a paste and applied on the chest, or this plant is added into boiling water and inhaled. The vapor is inhaled, or the juice is consumed orally in order to reduce heart diseases, also treatment for cold and cough, or the whole plant is made into a paste and applied on skin where there is muscle pain. Also, the aroma of this plant keeps insects and other like mosquitoes and insects away, so these are tied in the entrance of the homes by traditional people to keep away insects and mosquitoes. Coming to wild edible mushrooms of this region, the wild mushrooms in India are mostly consumed only by traditional or ethnic groups and not throughout the country. So wild mushrooms are an important part of food security of a country. And in this region, Western Ghats, wild mushrooms are identified mainly by two categories, that is mainly by one category, that is the substrate on which they grow, that is either wood or monocot stub or the soil. So when they're growing on wood, again they're identified on which part of the tree they're growing, on the bark or in the whole of the trunk, on the branches or on the roots as ectomycorrhiza, etc. If it's in soil, like what kind of soil? Is it in paddy fields, or is it on soil that is infested with termites or on termite mounds, etc. And once the substrate is identified, they go into further identification through morphology. What is the color of the caps and size, shape, aroma? Is there any latex that is coming out when the gills are damaged, and so on. And the name is given, the vernacular names or the local names are given to a mushroom in such a way that they have a prefix from the substrate, so especially the tree. And in Western Ghats, most of the mushrooms which are identified are in a closed niche where they grow on only certain trees. So around there are like 1 to 5 trees on which these mushrooms grow, and the prefix of these names are given, are named after this tree. And the traditional method of preservations, there are not many. When the mushrooms are harvested, when the wild mushrooms are harvested, they're consumed freshly. Most of the mushrooms are consumed fresh. They're cooked immediately or fried in oil, and most of the mushrooms are pickled in oil. In India, we largely use pickling in oil and spices, and also some mushrooms are dried. And these are some mushrooms, wild edible mushrooms that grow on trees. It's mostly Pleurotus species or Philoboletus and Lentinus species. And out of these species that grow on trees, these 4 species which is on the screen are highly present. The first one is Pleurotus jamor, followed by Pleurotus flabellatus and Fistulina hepatica, and Auricularia auriculajudae, which has ear-like shape. And these mushrooms are mostly grown on soil, and most of the species are like Boletus or Phlebopus and Scleroderma, etc. So out of these soil-growing mushrooms, most of the mushrooms grow on soil that is infested by termites or on termite mounds. So this part is all Termitomyces species, and here we can see Astreus hygrometricus, which is flower-like. So when we look at medicinal properties of mushrooms, Not a lot of research is done on medicinal properties of mushrooms in Western Ghats. There is a lot of work on taxonomy, but it's really important to identify the medicinal properties in wild mushrooms. So in some case studies, we can see that certain mushrooms have high phenolic content and also antioxidant content, and most of the termatomyces mushrooms show immunomodulatory activity or anti-tumor activity, and also they have good potential for neurodegenerative disorders. So when we look at conservation, there is not a lot of conservation activity, especially focused on wild mushrooms in Western Ghats of India. So it's really important to create awareness in local tribes and to increase, to tell them how it's important in the food security of the country, how to preserve